here we are over at the Grand Resort and Residences, beautiful Belize by the brand new Halover Bridge. And we are here.
Belize Diaspora Summit 3.0.
Yes, yes, yes.
It's about to start in just a few.
Mhm.
We could call it the morning stew special.
Yeah, we are going to save the taste. We are going to taste the culture. We are going to feel the connection and discover the opportunities.
Right.
Um,
So it's a 3-day summit. And I know you kind of, laid it all out earlier.
yeah, yeah,
But if you just join us, that's what's happening.
exactly.
So with people, morning stew come on today.
Well,
Well, I mean,
the morning is on. It might not be true as much, but the morning is on.
kind of.
But around a little bit after 9, we know that how things go. We are going to start with the anthems. We're going to have the prayer and opening message. I think it's worship the mayor.
Okay. Yeah, I see a lot of city council members
Yeah, but,
here.
members are here. But we are glad to have you guys on board with us. No matter where you're tuning in from, it is going to be very informative. And I believe this portion of it is open to the public, right?
Yeah, the panel discussion, that's day one, that's today, is free. But from what we understand, the, the participation in the business day sessions will have a cover charge of $50.
Yeah.
But
When
yeah,
it's when it gets underway, the mistress of ceremonies is going to be Mrs. Rishma D. Eckert, Esquire.
all right.
Esquire. That's right. But it is filling up now.
Yeah, definitely a full house.
Yeah.
No, the idea of having the summit in Belize is to make it accessible
Mhm.
to Belizeans, Belizean entrepreneurs who might want to, do the connecting and see how they can benefit from Belize making the link with the diaspora. No, you've been there, group. How would that work? How does it work on the flip side?
On
I
the
mean,
flip side, yeah.
you're in the States or wherever.
Well, you have to understand,
I
I
know, but
left 20 odd years
yes,
ago.
but
Yeah. And then when you were leaving, you were paying for everything you were bringing,
right.
so.
No, then you had events and things like that for Belizeans with Belizean
Oh, yeah,
in
yeah,
mind. So how that
yeah.
work when trying to make it happen on the Belizean side? Because remember, this is
Mm.
because we want to make it easier for the Belizeans. The last two were in the States.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
now we want to make it easier and accessible to Belizeans. But how does it work the opposite way? You want to make some connections in Belize.
Yeah. If you want to mix it, well, this is obviously one of the best ways to do it. But when we were there, and it was a completely different time.
Right.
If we wanted to do an event and we wanted to get the lead, because Mo's came down to a couple of the things that we done,
Right.
and it was just the connections that you have now you didn't have back then. Um, but like Noor was saying earlier, because of some of the initiatives that the government has put in place, it's easier now if you were living abroad and you want to come back home. They cut out some of the red tape,
Right.
which is something that was built into the system.
Was that discussion ever had like back then? We're talking about the 90s,
Mm,
probably, right?
yeah,
About was diaspora even
yeah,
a discussion?
yeah. I always felt that the people that live abroad, when you live in Belize, you love your country, you have pride in your country, but when you go abroad and your country is no longer with you,
Right.
you feel like there's a little bit more pride come up, a little bit more desire that you want to do something different. You realize I'm in the land of opportunity and I could help back home. And you try to figure out ways to do it. But a lot of times people used to do it individually.
Right.
Now more and more people are coming together, joining forces, linking resources to do much, much more.
But of course, that's with the technology, social media, and the internet and all of that. I mean, we do it every day in the
Yeah.
mornings too. We
Right.
just a phone call away, and we have a big long discussion with a couple of Belizeans in the States. So easy like that. Back then, you had to make one. You had to load up your phone with credits,
Yeah.
or you had a big phone bill at the end of it.
That's
At the end of it, right?
to this day. What?
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
Yes, man. Yes, man.
Nigel Patillo, big man right now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
All right,
it
we're
is
about
about
to.
to start.
Right, right.
So,
We're gonna take it to the
yes.
stage. All right. So we're gonna do that, Harlan. Take it over
Yes.
to the and get this summit, the Belize Diaspora Summit 3.0,
Yes.
XTV.
Mhm. We are supposed to be having Miss Rishma Eckert.
All right.
5 minutes over Belize time. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Rishma Eckert. I'm one of the organizers of the Belize Diaspora Summit. On behalf of the organizing committee, welcome to the Belize Diaspora Summit 3.0. Our theme for this year is Savor Belize, because the entire 3-day event will be savoring all of the things that make Belize Belize. We're going to be talking about policy. We're going to be mixing it with a little bit of business, a little bit of cultural events. This year is extra special because it's our homecoming, and we love bringing this event and this adventure and all the cultural things to Belize. A quick lineup of the summit. The first day today is going to be the Diaspora Policy Day. The second day is going to be a business day. And the third day we're calling our Wellness Day. So let's get started, and we'll have Dr. Albert Williams leading the anthems. And then we will also have Ms. Berlin Pitts, who will assist in the national prayers. Remember, you can get your agenda online, and we are using a digital representation this year. So you go to 501pulse.com, #summit, and all the things about the summit are there. So I will have Dr. Williams take it away.
Folks, good morning. I'm going to play this guitar with both national anthems, the one for the United States and one for Belize. I encourage you to sing along. If you can't sing along, just listen to the leads. But I'd love for you to sing along on both of them if you can. So start my tracks. Start.
Summit 3.0, XTV and Prem Radio.
make like original. There's no weight in the middle. You're gonna sing along, okay? And I would go ahead of you. Here we go. This is our three.
For that break in our transmission, we ask you to please bear with us as we continue our coverage for the Belize Diaspora Summit 3.0. We have our outside broadcast team. That's 2/3 of the Steve, Frisco and Steve. They are on location at the Grand Resort. That's where they are this morning, along with our XTV crew. As I said, we ask that you please bear with us. We will get to the summit in just a little bit.
Geniuses are born or made.
Thank you.
Can they sit now, Dr. Williams? Please keep standing for the national prayer. Right.
I'll work it out. Thought my little bit of hand, little bit of a bit. It's what it's pretty. What? Just say.
Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that, with your help, we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in the union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. After enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us there, Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Thank you, Verlene. You may be seated. So at this point, I would like to ask the Mayor of Belize City, His Worship Mayor Bernard Wagner, to give the welcoming remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Kindly allow me to acknowledge the Honorable Karim Musa, Minister of Immigration, Labor and Governance, Her Excellency Ambassador Sania Murphy, Ambassador for Diaspora Relations for the Government of Belize, Deputy Mayor Elwood Miller, fellow city councillors, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished panelists, representatives of the government and the private sector, members of the Belize Diaspora Summit team, business leaders, innovators, development partners, friends, invited guests, and most importantly, members of our remarkable Belizean diaspora. Welcome to Belize City. Welcome to the beating heart of the nation. Welcome to a city bursting with history, with culture, creativity, from the to our long-standing friends of Belize, welcome home. To our new friends experiencing Belize and Belize City for the first time, we hope this is the beginning of a lifelong relationship. And to our energized, accomplished, and relentless committed Belizean diaspora, thank you for continuing to trailblaze, to engage, and to contribute to our country's development from afar. You are living proof that all those people who say long distance relationship never work is completely wrong. Because this relationship really works. It works every time you send support home to a family member. It works every time you promote Belize in another country, when you invest in a local business, when you share your professional expertise, when you mentor a young Belizean or return home with an idea that creates opportunities for yourself and for others. The relationship between Belize and its diaspora is not weakened by distance. It is strengthened by purpose, sustained by love, and renewed every time one of you asks, how can I contribute? That question is at the heart of this summit. Over these 3 days, we will explore some of the most important issues shaping Belize's future. We'll speak about nation building. We'll speak on investment, access to capital, cybersecurity, digital transformation, regional diaspora management and engagement, and the opportunities and challenges facing our young people. These are not abstract conversations. They affect whether a young entrepreneur can access financing to expand a business, They affect whether Belize can compete confidently in a digital world. They affect whether our children can see a future for themselves here, and they affect whether the extraordinary knowledge, networks, and resources of our diaspora can really transform into a measurable national progress. That is why this gathering really matters. Across the world, Belizeans are leading companies, building businesses, advancing technology, serving communities, shaping policy, creating art, and excelling in almost every imaginable field. But Belize must do more than celebrate those achievements from a distance. We must continue creating meaningful pathways through which your experience, your ideas, your investments, and your international relationships can connect with opportunities here at home. We must make engagement easier. We must improve communication. We must build trust. And we must move beyond simply telling members of the diaspora that Belize needs them. We at home must demonstrate that Belize is prepared to work with them. Here in Belize City, we understand the value of partnership. Our city has always been a place where people, cultures, and ideas converge. We are the country's commercial center, the cultural hub, and the primary urban gateway. We carry the energy of the nation, and yes, sometimes a little of the chaos. But beneath all that noise and movement is a city filled with talented young people, determined entrepreneurs, resilient families, and communities that continue to believe in what Belize City can become. Our vision is for a safer, more inclusive, climate resilient, and economically vibrant city. One where technology improves public service, investment creates meaningful employment, and development reaches communities that have historically been left behind. We recognize also that government cannot achieve this alone. Real development, real development requires the public sector, private sector, the civil society, our young people, and our diaspora working together, not just occasionally, but consistently. That is why I encourage everyone participating in this summit to really be bold, ask the difficult questions, share your ideas honestly, build the genuine relationships, explore the business displays and government clinics. Listen to our young people. They have so much to offer. Connect with our entrepreneurs. Identify an opportunity that speaks to you and then follow through long after the summit ends. My friends, let us ensure that the conversations taking place over these 3 days do not disappear when the final panel concludes and the last glass is raised at the Saveur Belize Gala. Let this summit produce more than good conversations. Let it produce partnerships. Let it produce investments, mentorship opportunities, and solutions. And let it really deepen the relationship between Belize and Belizeans everywhere. To every member of our diaspora, we see you, we appreciate you, and we welcome you to this continued partnership. Belize will always be part of your story, and you will always be part of ours. Once again, welcome home, welcome to Belize City, welcome to 3 extraordinary days of engagement, of investment, culture, and really celebration. May the summit strengthen all relationships, inspire new possibilities, and remind us that wherever Belize, we remain connected by something far greater than distance. Thank you. Enjoy the summit. And once again, welcome to Belize City. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Now moving things right along to make up for that 20 minutes from this morning, we are going to have our keynote address by Honorable Harry Musa, Minister of Immigration, Governance, and Labor.
Oh, this is a packed room. Good morning, everybody. How are we feeling today? Happy? I'd like to hear that. Let me first acknowledge His Excellency, His Worship, the Mayor of Belize City, Mr. Bernard Wagner, our Deputy Mayor of Belize City, Mr. Elud Miller, our Ambassador to the Diaspora, Sandy Murphy. Sandy, I could call it Sandy, right? I say Sandy. Sandy, right? Sandy. Counselors, organizers of this incredible 3-day event, the Belize Summit 3.0, distinguished panelists and guests, fellow Belizeans at home and abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor to join you at Belize Diaspora Summit 3.0. And of course, I want to say a special welcome home for those of you who traveled to Belize for this very important gathering. This summit offers culture, connection, and opportunities for members of the diaspora. Belize extends beyond its territorial borders. It includes the Belizean nurse in Canada, the entrepreneur in Los Angeles, the teacher in Chicago, the soldier in London, the student in Taiwan, the public officer in Washington, the extended families across CARICOM, and every child or grandchild of Belizean descent who wants to understand where they come from. In 2018, I stood up in our Belizean parliament and said, once a Belizean, always a Belizean. I got up to present a private member's bill for diaspora Belizeans to vote in the ICJ referendum. I told the Amandala newspaper later that day that I did it because I believe no matter what part of the world we are living in, Belize is our home. And it was via social media that I was able to clearly hear and appreciate the aspirations of the diaspora and how they want to engage, participate, and support in developing our country. The 2018 ICJ vote was the most consequential referendum in Belize since our independence. And for me, we needed all voices expressed. 8 years later, as I give some reflection on that moment, I am reminded more than ever how interconnected we are, how the artificial intelligence age that we are entering will require more of us coming together, not less. It will place much more complex demands on our nation state, so we must work and prepare together across borders and barriers. I am the grandson of a Palestinian immigrant. My grandfather Hamid came from a small village called El Dire, near the West Bank city of Ramallah. He settled in then British Honduras and eventually became a Belizean. But from what I know about my granddad, you could have taken him out of Palestine, but you could not take Palestine out of him. We watched the World Cup and see diaspora not just on the pitch or in the stands or across nations, but in the hearts and soul of humanity. Diaspora is not where you are, but who you are. It is the essence of your being. Belize is a multicultural state with many hyphenated identities. This is part of the complexity of our democratic struggle. The project of our very independence, now 45 years on, is about facing difficult challenges together. So if you're from Otosha, Toledo, Miami, Florida, or Chetumal, Belize, yeah, I did say Chetumal, Belize, and you are a Belizean and you are invested in the national project, welcome. The government estimates the wider Belizean community abroad at more than 300,000 people, most of whom are residing in the United States. About 81%, I would say, are in the United States. A narrower 2024 study produced through the Global Knowledge Partnership on Migration and Development, hosted by the World Bank, claims approximately 52,900 Belize-born people are living abroad in 2020. These figures measure different groups. The government estimate appears to reflect a wider community that includes descendants, while the other is based on country of birth. Both of these studies tell us that Belize's diaspora is large, global, and strategically important. As I arrived at the summit this morning, I could not help but notice all your smiling and welcoming faces, knowing that there are many happier Belizeans abroad who are appreciative of this initiative that you have launched in the homeland. And better yet, there are even more excited and happier faces right here in Belize because your presence here means that the box and barrel done then are put in time for September celebrations. Those boxes and barrels have carried food, clothing, school supplies, medicine, tools, and small comforts across generations. Belize and Belizeans the love. The money sent home matters just as much. In 2025, remittances to Belize reached approximately US $121.5 million, an increase from US $119.2 million in 2024. Belizean families know the value of that support, and our country is grateful for it. But if our relationship with the diaspora begins and ends with the value of a wire transfer or the contents of a barrel, then we are really counting only a fraction of what our people abroad can contribute. The most valuable remittance may be knowledge. Belizeans abroad accumulated experience in medicine, education, law, technology, engineering, finance, public administration, research, business, the arts, and many other fields. They have learned how institutions work elsewhere. They know what succeeds, what fails, and which networks can open doors. That knowledge can train a student, improve a hospital, modernize a public service, strengthen a business, and help solve a national problem. A World Bank study describes the challenge of brain drain, but it also identifies the potential for brain gain. Skilled migrants can open access to capital, technology, information, and business networks, while returning professionals can transfer knowledge and strengthen innovation at home. Our opportunity is to create brain circulation. A Belizean in the diaspora should not have to move home before the country can benefit from his or her expertise. Contributions can take the form of a short professional placement, virtual mentoring, research collaboration, investment, teaching, technical advice, or an institutional partnership.
When the government changed in 2020, a Ministry of Diaspora Relations attached to our Ministry of Tourism was created with the vision of harnessing the energies and participatory intentions of our diaspora sisters and brothers, who not only provide strategic economic advantages to Belize, but who maintain deep connections to their ancestral homeland. I particularly want to commend my cabinet colleague, the Honorable Anthony Mahler, Minister of Tourism, Youth, Sports and Diaspora Relations, and Ambassador Sandy Murphy, who is the Ambassador for Diaspora Relations. Under their leadership, the Diaspora Relations Unit has made engagement more deliberate, visible, and service-oriented. The unit was established on April 1st, 2021, and within its first year, it organized town hall meetings in Houston, Chicago, New York, and Miami. That outreach has continued through town halls, community meet and greets, media interviews, partnerships with Belizean organizations, and virtual sessions. The unit works with our consulates and embassies and maintains a growing diaspora registry, guides inquiries across government ministries, and has helped diaspora partners deliver medical equipment, school supplies, and other support to communities across Belize. Minister Mahler, Ambassador Murphy, and the entire unit deserve our sincere appreciation for this excellent work. I am equally proud, as Minister of Immigration, of the work being done by our Ministry of Immigration, Governance, and Labor. Chief Executive Officer Tanya Santos, Director of Nationality and Passports Ms. Dana Blades, our immigration officers, and our customer service team have helped to make passport and nationality information, forms, and requirements easier to find. Most importantly, our mobile diaspora hubs take passport and nationality services directly to Belizean communities abroad. I saw the value of that service firsthand to our Houston hub in February of this year. Over 3 days, over 300 Belizeans were served throughout by appointments and walk-ins. I spoke with people renewing their passports, listened to their concerns, and watched parents apply for nationality by descent for their children. A renewed passport can restore peace of mind. A certificate of nationality can formally connect a new generation back to Belize. Those encounters reminded me that good public service doesn't have to take place at the office in Belmopan. We can bring it to you. Just 2 weeks ago, the team took those services to Miramar, Florida, and the next mobile hub is scheduled for the 7th to the 9th of August of this year in Evanston, Illinois, where the team will accept passport and nationality applications. I encourage all families in that region to review the requirements and book through the Immigration Department's official website. These hubs are to improve the relationship between the government of Belize and Belizeans living abroad. We have made progress, but there is more work to be done. Our processes must be consistent across offices while our responses must be timely. Requirements and processing expectations must be clear. A Belizean seeking help should not have to move from office to office without knowing where to resolve their particular issue. Our next stage must therefore turn good individual initiatives into a seamless government service. The summit's policy working groups, and let me acknowledge all the organizers of the team that put this together. Their working group has prepared a proposal titled A Seat at the Table. A serious partnership cannot ask the diaspora to contribute only after plans have already been completed. Partnership means listening early, identifying shared priorities, and giving qualified people a meaningful way to help shape solutions. The proposal raises questions of governance and representation, economic engagement, health, law and policy, education, cultural exchange, communication, data mapping, and artificial intelligence. These are substantial areas, and the work invested in presenting them deserves our respect. I welcome the proposal as a constructive contribution to the national conversation. I will ensure that the recommendations relevant to immigration, governance, and labor receive serious attention, and I will support an orderly discussion with colleagues across government on the matters that fall within their portfolios. We should not only ask, what can Belizeans abroad send home? We should also ask, what can we build together? Let this summit produce more contacts, more than just contacts. Let it connect your knowledge and expertise to the country. The box and the barrel, yes, they will always be appreciated. And they have their place, and we receive them with gratitude. But let the next chapter of diaspora relations also be measured in mentorships, businesses, and ideas converted into action. Our relationship should be built not only on remittances, but structure for the well-being of our country. In 2026, the nation state of Belize faces many opportunities. As the now famous 1981 poster stated, get your head together for independence. We must aspire to brain gain for deeper connections in technology transfer and in innovation. Bringing different perspectives across borders makes room and space for higher creativity and entrepreneurial output. I end with a very simple example of the power and soul of diaspora: music. Right now, the National Institute of Culture and History, NICH, is embarking on an ambitious Belize music project. So far, thousands of songs have been digitized of the past 100 years. This unlocking of our musical heritage and diversity is revealing that many of the creators of our musical DNA are connected to our diaspora. When we sing or dance to our music, it does not matter where you are. It is not just because the music is by us and for us. That is only on the surface. The real issue is that the music is in us. The bill I introduced in 2018 might have failed. However, we did not fail. The work of government is hard for many reasons. A strong democracy involves many voices. I thank you for allowing me, my voice, some space today. We must press on and fight on for what we believe in. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Musa, for that really concise and wonderful history of diaspora participation in Belizean policy and politics. So at this time, I'd like to invite Aria Lightfoot to the podium to present the seat at the table policy paper.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Protocols established. I really want to first say, I was asked yesterday, what value did I get out of this? Why am I organizing bringing together the Belize diaspora with Belizeans at home. And I don't know if anybody has ever studied abroad or gone abroad and have absolutely no family members where they are. It is the most loneliest feeling you'll ever feel in the world until you start reconnecting with your Belizeans. So with that said, we are working on a policy paper, and the policy paper is not writing the policy paper. We're asking the government of Belize to formulate a policy that is diaspora related. So the paper is called A Seat at the Table. The Belize Diaspora Summit Policy Working Group respectfully submit a proposal to the government of Belize as a good faith contribution to the development of a comprehensive national Belize diaspora policy. As Belizeans living primarily in the United States, while remaining mindful of the broader Belizean communities throughout the Caribbean, Europe, Asia, and Latin Americans, other regions of the world, we recognize the extraordinary value of the Belize global community. We believe a structured and enduring partnership between Belize and its diaspora can create significant national benefits through strategic mobilization of knowledge, investment, professional expertise, and cultural exchange. Our recommendations focus on strengthening collaborations in the following areas we think impacts both Belizeans at home and Belizeans living abroad: governance and representation, economic and investment engagement, health, legal and policy integration, education, cultural exchange, communication, and digital transformation. This proposal represents the collective work of a multidisciplinary group of Belizean professionals and community leaders comprising of Dr. Ronald Hyde, Dr. Egbert Greenwich, Mr. Clarence Holtz, Mrs. Rishma Eckert Esquire, Miss Denise Joseph, Dr. Kareem Usher, Mr. Mario Laura, Dr. Nicole Ramsey, Dr. Dorian Arnold, Mrs. Verlene Pitts, Mr. Rita Avila, Miss Opal Enriquez, Mr. Raymond Gongora, Dr. Phyllis Hughes, Miss Naisha Ling Esquire, Mrs. Vanessa Young, Mr. Rashad Rucker Trapp, Dr. Andrea Cummings, Mr. Darrell Bradley, and myself. The working group acknowledged that our perspective are informed primarily by our experiences and professional careers in North America. Consequently, this document is not intended to represent an exhaustive catalog of the needs, priorities, or perspective of every Belizean living abroad. Rather, it's offered as a practical, constructive starting point for a national conversation and should continue to expand through engagement with Belizeans worldwide. In preparing this proposal, we intentionally sought to build upon existing research rather than duplicate it. Numerous governments have already developed diaspora engagement frameworks from which valuable lessons can be drawn. Our review included national diaspora policies and strategies from Africa, Asia, Europe, the Americas, and Caribbean. We also examined several important Belizean policy documents, opinion pieces, and national perspectives. We looked at Plan Belize, Horizon 2030, the People's Constitutional Committee recommendations, the National Investment Policy and Strategy, Belizean Diaspora Returnee and Incentive Programs, the UN Migration Agency Initiative, supporting the development of Belize's migration policy, consortium of NGOs report on granting Belizean nationality and the implications for voter registration, Nouri Akbar's urgent call for full restoration of citizenship rights for Belizeans abroad, Belize's growth and development strategy, Honorable Amon Courtney, the referendum, let all Belizeans vote, and the United States National Security Strategy, particularly its treatment of diaspora engagement and international partnerships. So I pulled a sample of diaspora policies around the world. Ireland. Ireland created a national diaspora strategy that involves several government ministries working together. The government regularly consults with Irish communities overseas and supports programs that keep them connected to Ireland. Irish citizens can vote in national elections. Jamaica. Jamaica hosts regular global diaspora conferences. They recognize outstanding Jamaicans abroad and promote Jamaican culture as a way of strengthening national pride and attracting visitors and investment. Guyana, we have two Guyana representatives today, and Guyana economy has grown. The government has actively invited Guyanese professionals and investors abroad to help develop key industries, particularly in business, infrastructure, and energy. India. India maintains one of the world's largest diaspora networks. It uses digital databases to connect skilled professionals, supports investment from overseas Indians, and provides specialized services for its diaspora. I have a few more. Scotland. Scotland treats its global community as an economic partner by connecting people abroad with trade, tourism, education, and business development initiatives. Ghana, and I believe Ghana has gone even beyond their citizens. If your DNA have that you're from Ghana, you can apply for Ghana citizenship due to slavery and a lot of people being displaced worldwide. So Ghana has encouraged doctors, nurses, educators, and other professionals living overseas to return temporarily to provide training, medical services, technical expertise. The Philippines has built extensive government services for citizens living in overseas, making it easier to access documents, receive assistance, and stay connected with government abroad. Kenya actively encourages its diaspora to invest in businesses, purchase government bonds, participate in national development through digital platforms, and targeted investment programs. Our neighbor Mexico. Mexico has modernized its consular services and works closely with the Mexican communities abroad through cultural programs, legal assistance, and community outreach. Mexican citizens can vote for national election. And if you study politics and what's happening in the U.S., recently a Mexican citizen was killed by ICE, and the Mexican government is actually taking the U.S. government to court over the handling of their citizen. Estonia is recognized as one of the world leaders in digital government. Citizens can access many government services online without ever needing to visit an office. So what are the key lessons for Belize? Although these countries are different from Belize, they all show when a government works closely with its people living abroad, everyone benefits. Diaspora engagement works best when there's one clear national plan instead of different organizations working on their own. Everybody works towards the same goals. A permanent government office makes a difference. Countries with a dedicated office and clear leadership are better able to build strong, lasting relationships with their citizens overseas. Belize has established a ministry, an ambassador dedicated to diaspora relations, making this very forum possible, because without that formation, we would not even be able to be here today, which is very important and a key step. Technology keeps people connected. Technology keeps people connected. Online services make it easier for Belizeans abroad to access government services, stay informed, and remain involved in the national development regardless of where they live. People are more willing to invest when process is simple and trustworthy. Clear information, easy application processes, transparency encourage Belizeans abroad to invest in businesses, properties, and community projects. Culture keeps people connected to Belize. Music, food, traditions, language, celebrations keep Belizeans abroad, and especially younger generations connected to their heritage, and it encourages them to visit, invest, and give back. Belizeans living overseas have valuable knowledge and experience to share. Doctors can support healthcare. Teachers can mentor students. Business leaders can advise entrepreneurs and professionals from different fields to help strengthen Belize regardless of where they live. Strong relationships require regular communication. Countries that stay in touch with their diaspora, listen to their ideas, and involve them in national development build greater trust and stronger partnerships over time. The message from these countries are simple. Citizens want to contribute regardless of where they live. Belize already have talented, successful, committed citizens living around the world. By creating a clear plan, making it easier to stay connected, and providing meaningful ways to contribute, Belize can turn the goodwill of its global community into lasting benefits for the country by creating a clear pathway to contribute to the future. Collectively, these studies demonstrate that Belize does not need to reinvent the wheel. Around the world, governments have developed successful models for engaging their citizens abroad. Belize can adopt some of these best practices to reflect our own history, constitutional framework, and national priorities. Perhaps the greatest conclusion emerging from our work is that Belizean possesses an extraordinary yet largely unmeasured reserve of human capital. Thousands of Belizeans abroad contribute as physicians, educators, entrepreneurs, attorneys, investors, research, military personnel, artists, innovators. Their expertise, professional networks, financial resources, and commitment to Belize remain one of the nation's greatest untapped strategic assets. Our proposal, our request to government is straightforward. We respectfully call on the government to adopt a national Belize diaspora policy supported with a permanent annual budget equal to 1% of the approved national budget or greater, as such as Parliament may determine. The funding should be dedicated exclusively and administered through a permanent institutional framework responsible for research, coordination, implementation, monitoring, and accountability. The framework should also provide for active participation of qualified members of the Belizean diaspora as subject matter experts and strategic partners, ensuring that the knowledge, expertise, and global networks of Belizeans abroad are incorporated into the national development initiatives. Belizeans have benefit Belizeans have benefit from extensive research, consultations, policy papers concerning the diaspora over many years. The challenge before us is no longer a lack of ideas. It is transitioning from research to implementation. This proposal therefore seeks to move the national conversation from aspiration to action by establishing a formal policy supported by sustainable funding, measurable objective, and ongoing collaboration between government, civil society, the private sector, and Belizeans abroad. Belizeans can unlock its full potential of one of its greatest national resources, its people, wherever they reside. This document is offered in the spirit of partnership, respect, nation building. We hope it serves as the beginning of a sustained collaboration between government of Belize and the global Belizean community to build a stronger, more prosperous, and more connected Belizeans for future generations. Belize's greatest untapped resource is not beneath our land or in our sea. It's our people. The question before us is no longer whether our diaspora wants to help. The question is whether we are ready to build the framework that allows them to do so. And today we invite Belize to give its global human capital a permanent seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aria, for that riveting proposal that we will provide for the government of Belize to review, participate, collaborate, and go from there. At least we're starting somewhere. Aria mentioned our two distinguished guests from Guyana, and I just want to say that from the country of Belize and the people of Belize, that our hearts are with you for the capsizing of the ferry. It was such a tragedy, and we have to stick together as a Caribbean, so we're very saddened by the loss. Before we start our panel discussions, we will have a small break, a coffee reset as such, and there's going to be coffee in the vendor room. Before I do that, I want to also acknowledge our major sponsors, the Ministry of Tourism, Youth, Sports, Diaspora Relations, Vermont Finance, Belize, FIBA, Realty and Development, and Digi. Thank you guys so much. So we will meet back here in 10 minutes. And we're not further than
All right.
Right.
See you then.
Well, we're taking a break now, a little bit of a coffee time.
I did not get my coffee.
I did not get my yeah. We heard from let me see that we had opening remarks by the mayor, Bernard Wagner, to give the welcome address, then followed by Honorable Karim Musa, who gave the keynote address. Then you heard Aria Lightfoot, who just gave the policy paper.
Right.
So now we're going to be taking a break. We're going to get some coffee and like that. Then you're going to come back with the panel one, which is Diaspora Nation.
Good. So how setup is today is the free version of us going down. Right. Then tomorrow the business discussions take place. And that will have a cover charge of $50.
Yeah.
For those wishing to attend and gain some. We did see some local business entrepreneurs here trying to kind of soak in some of the information, see how they probably can benefit. Probably they already have some kind of relationship with doing business because a lot of raw materials coming from the States anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And that the panel discussion with Diaspora Nation, that's going to be moderated by our very own Nouri Mohammed, Ambassador Sandia Murphy, Jill Bradley, Albert Williams, Opal Enriquez, and Margaret Escher. We're going to see when we come back a little bit later if we could actually get a chance to speak with Brian Kelson Curtin and Kamal Samaru from Guyana.
Kenneth Gibson is also here.
Yes. We're going to see if we get a little chance to chat with him.
But yeah, this is XTV, folks. Pardon the interruption.
And that's right.
For the Morning Stew, but we got the Morning Stew crew as well. Is it Lisa Love in the studio?
I do believe the one is in studio.
And you have a ball.
Yeah.
A lot of fun. Loads of fun. We got to take a break, right, Christy? And we'll be right back. From the ground resort is happening the Belize Diaspora Summit 3.0.
3.0, yeah. Also want to say enough respect going out to our colleagues right here with us, Mr. Harlan Wagner and Cliff.
Oh, that day?
Yes, yes.
Right.
Larry Saul here.
Oh, yes. News editor is here as well.
Prepare for the sweltering heat with a Rheem AC unit to keep you and your family cool and cozy. Get the recommended BTU for your bedroom or living room and enjoy complete comfort. You can also save some much needed cash with an inverter unit, which provides superior energy efficiency. When the heat is on, stay cool with an affordable, dependable AC unit from Ream. Available at Benny's. Quality and savings.
Money travels fast, so make sure you check it before you spend it. Here are 4 easy ways to know your money is real. Look, feel, tilt, and check. Look closely at your note by holding it to the light to see the watermark and the note value. Notice how the see-through image completes itself perfectly. Feel for authenticity. Run your fingers over the raised portrait and the bars on the edges. 1 bar for the $2 and up to 6 bars for the $100. Tilt the note to see the hidden value appear. Look for the moving images on the security thread and holographic shimmer on higher denominations. Check closely. Use UV light or a magnifying glass to find hidden images and microtext. Remember, handling counterfeit money is illegal. If you spot a fake, report it to the police immediately. Look, feel, tilt, and check. Know your money. Check it before you spend it. A message from the Central Bank of Belize.
Whether you are a busy person or stuck in traffic or having an adverse or very demanding circumstance, tension builds up, causing you to be stressed out. Stress attacks everyone, anytime, any age. And stress is a killer. Palm City? It's best to be alive than dead. So visit Freetown Drugstore to get options to relieve stress and to relax your mind.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you today?
I'm so stressed out.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can help right now. When I this daily, for 10 days, I am good after that, okay?
Okay.
Freetown Drugstore, 28 Freetown Road, where you are better off alive than dead. Freetown Drugstore, telephone 223-2876.
I got sick, and a couple of the doctors that told me, Mr. Peters, you have a very, very serious pain, which is a sciatica nerve stroke with arthritis. I can't sleep, makes me can't walk, makes me can't use the restroom, I can't eat the type of food I used to eat, make me lose weight. It's not a common sickness, it's a delicate sickness, and it consists of a lot of money, attention, and care from the doctors. With the NHI, I can come and see my doctor and get assistance by the doctors and nurses. They give me my appointments. The NHI is great for the entire country of Belize, Central America, because there are thousands of people in our little country of Belize can't afford the doctor bill, or can't afford their appointments, or can't afford their medication. There's some poor people suffering if this country didn't have NHI. So thanks for the NHI.
Belize is introducing electronic invoicing, or e-invoicing. This means invoices, tax receipts, debit and credit notes will be issued, transmitted, and received in a structured electronic format, not a PDF and not a paper document. If you are GST registered and you invoice other businesses or government agencies, your documents will soon need to be created, sent, and verified through Vertex Belize, Belize's national digital platform for electronic invoicing. Why does this matter? Because it makes tax reporting faster and simpler. It reduces fraud and ensures every transaction is transparent and secure. The e-invoicing rollout will start with large GST registered businesses, then smaller businesses over time. For more information, contact the Belize Tax Service at 613-2508 or email etdinfo@bts.gov.bz. Electronic invoicing, simplifying tax compliance through digital innovation.
We've got the plumbing and electrical in our store. We've got the paints and the brush and light fixtures. That's for sure. We've got steel, cement, and tiles galore. And so much more. We've got everything in that store. We've got windows and doors just for you. In our store. We've got sheetrock, plywood, and hardwood too. That's for sure. Tools for gardening and the great outdoors. And so much more. We've got everything in that store. We've got variety, everything, quality, everything, quantity, everything. A builder's hardware variety, everything, quality, everything, quantity, everything. A builder's hardware. We've got the sinks and the tubs and cabinets in our store. We've got the nuts and the bolts, so don't forget. And so much more. We've got service with a smile. That's for sure. We've got everything in that store. We've got variety, everything, quality, everything, quantity, everything. A builder's hardware variety, everything, and quality, everything, quantity, everything. A builder's hardware. For builders who build with a passion and skill, go to Builders Hardware.
Nokshe Adventure Park came about from the birth of COVID. Everything was on pause for tourism, so we decided, let's do something different. We got 10 bikes, 10 ATVs, and we were just doing ATV tours. Shortly after, we were approached by the cruise lines. We agreed to work with them, and from them, it just started growing. We set up the chocolate tour first, and then from there, we went into the culinary experience at the different Mayan cultures. We have like the gift shop, the cooking class, the shaman, and the healing, and it just all came together. When you reach a certain point, you need investors, you need partners to come into your business. Atlantic Bank does make it easy. Even my 7-year-old could do it.
Atlantic Bank, building the future together.
Belize Medical Associates is now equipped with the only advanced MRI machine in the country. The machine uses a powerful magnetic field, radio waves, and a computer to produce detailed pictures of the body's internal structures that are clearer, more detailed, and more likely to identify and accurately characterize diseases than other imaging methods. It is used to evaluate the body for a variety of conditions, particularly of the brain and spinal cord, but can be used for other conditions such as tumors and diseases of the liver, heart, and bowel. It may also be used to monitor an unborn child in the womb. MRI is non-invasive and does not use ionizing radiation. This means that you no longer have to travel abroad. You now have access to the most advanced imaging equipment in a professional setting that is designed for your ease and comfort. BMA remains committed to providing outstanding patient care, combining excellence in clinical imaging with state-of-the-art technology. To learn more about the MRI machine or to schedule an appointment, call 223-0303 today. Belize Medical Associates, we do care.
Welcome to Bird's Eye with the Bird's Eye Restaurant, your ultimate dining destination in the heart of the city. Come enjoy the variety of our regular menu items and our deal specials, providing you the best in Belizean cuisine from Monday to Saturday. At our Thursday night karaoke, come dine and unwind with the best in cocktails and local drinks. Have an event coming up? Bird's Eye Court is perfect for hosting sporting events as well as social events like weddings, dances, concerts, pageants, conventions, and more. We've got you covered. Join us on Saturdays for family time with exciting kids activities including bouncy house and trampolines. Fun for the whole family. Then Saturday night, enjoy our 80s and 90s Saturday night experience, bringing you the best hits from 2 unforgettable decades. Come walk our memory lane as we showcase historical events at Bird's Eye over the years, celebrating the memories that have made us special. For a cozy, unique getaway and Belizean stay, come experience the plush accommodations of Bird's Eye Cabanas, offering a stunning view of the Caribbean Sea with all the amenities you need. Strengthen your immune system and improve your overall health with our trusted herbal remedies. And treat yourself to relaxation and rejuvenation as your stress melts away with a soothing massage at Infinite Herbal Health and Spa, located right here at Bird's Eye. Bird's Eye, where amazing food, great events, and unforgettable memories come together. Visit us today or call 207-6500 or 610-9289.
In Belize, we have one problem with tracheitis. That means that we have people who are theirs and they don't function very well with timekeepers. And so I am automatically a person that they might look at and say, why are they cut me off? But we've only been given an hour and 15 minutes to talk about a very important aspect of this entire conference. And I will respectfully try to control the dialogue, even though that's not an easy thing to do. So let me apologize to them publicly that I want to cut it down. All right. We have Attorney Darrell Bradley, and we will start off with him. We'll start off with Dr. or just not a doctor. He probably can be a doctor, but he's a doctor of words, and we'll allow him to be our first panelist this morning. We'll start with you.
Good morning. I want to say how it's a pleasure for me to be here to really talk about this important conference. We're here to discuss the idea of nation building. And one of the first things that I wanted to really introduce as a topic briefly is the idea of what is the Belizean nation. And we oftentimes, when we think about the diaspora, we think about the economic opportunities that people in the diaspora bring. But I often say that that is a wrong way to look at it. People in the diaspora are not only about resources, and it's not only about sending money to Belize and remittances. It's about how to integrate the diaspora fully into the Belizean nation so that they are fully recognized for their contributions to the growth of the Belizean homeland. Traditionally, we think of a nation as a geographic space, but that's changing. And we have to find ways socially, culturally, and politically to integrate the diaspora into the Belizean nation. The last opening point that I want to mention is at this conference last year, I remember one of our distinguished colleagues talked about this idea of a brain drain. When people leave Belize, we always talk about a brain drain. And that's a wrong way to look at it. When people leave Belize, we should think about that as a brain gain. How do we utilize the knowledge and the expertise of those Belizeans all over the world who are fully passionate and committed to the development of the Belizean homeland and integrate them into the Belizean homeland so that they could contribute just as how we contribute to the development of the homeland? There should be no distinction between a Belizean living in Belize and a Belizean living abroad. And that is inimical to the overall development of our country.
As an introduction. I know that I know your thing. Like, as an introduction to where we start. Well, then let us go to our next panelist and have her introduce herself, since some may not know, and then we'll hear your first comment, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. My name is Opal Enriquez, and I am a born Belizean. Let me clarify that right now, because there's so many times I hear, you don't have foreign. So it wasn't just my parents who were born here. I was also born here and raised here. I didn't leave Belize until I was 11 years old. So this will always be my home. And I want to thank, I don't think Honorable Kareem Musa is in the room right now, but I want to thank him for something that he said this morning in the keynote. And that is that we are not just a transaction as members of the diaspora. It's not always as Yosemite Ogimi. It's really about the fact that we're here to be woven into the matrix of what makes this country what it is. My name is Opal. It's not Beryl. As much as I love to give to this country, all jokes aside, I just had 3 boxes delivered today. So we do that because we genuinely love you and we genuinely love this country. I live in California, And in California, there are so many Belizeans. We always joke that there are more Belizeans in California than there are here. But all we talk about is Belize. We don't talk about anything else. We work there, but just know that we live here. We're here for you. And we want you to look at us as one of the community members, not just somebody far foreign. Good morning.
All right. Thank you very much, Alberto. We'll go now to our ambassador, Ambassador Murphy. Introduce yourself and your main point first.
Good morning, everyone. Wow, that's some amazing introductions going on. I thought I missed the question. I am Sandhya Murphy, Ambassador for Diaspora Relations. I am with the Diaspora Relations Unit, which falls under the Ministry of Tourism, Youth, Sports, and Diaspora Relations. I welcome all of you here today. I am extremely excited to be here today. I am very curious. Who here flew in, especially for this summit? Where are my diaspora? Excellent. Wonderful, wonderful. I am very impressed. I live in Miami, so I am also a part of the diaspora. So yes, thank you so much for coming. This is such an important event. Having a summit like this is something we need to have more often, where we keep strengthening the relationship between diaspora and the public and private sectors here at home. So thank you all for coming.
Well, Williams would like you to also make your introduction.
Well, good morning. My name is Margaret Usher. Yes, that's okay. I'm a no longer Belizean diasporan. I already moved here 8 years ago. Yes, I done it home. So in a little while, I'll introduce myself and things that have been happening to me here when I moved and how I use the program. So in a few minutes, when we get into that, I'll discuss it. Thank you.
And Dr. Williams, I'm sorry. Okay. Good.
Good morning again. You've heard me through my fingers before, so you'll hear through my mouth now. The key point I want you to see is that diaspora is a word that makes you sound like you're divided. We need to think that diaspora, we figure out how we can intertwine. So my being here is, I don't know, diaspora, I'm a Belizean, but I also have two hats to wear because I do have the American hat to wear also. I make a living teaching young Americans to be better citizens and learn finance and economics. But I do teach here too. I work at UB sometimes. And I always teach on Love FM. That's when I go on that television show, I am actually saying I have a bigger student audience of 5,000, 3,000 Belizeans listening to me. So I'm giving back like my fingers, many ways. Money, talent, music, jobs for other people, and my life.
Very good. Well, right now we've got you on Prem and XTV. So we're moving you throughout in a broader level. Very good. Well, let's go back to you, Brother Bradley, attorney at law. And we've been talking a lot about moving away from this idea of only seeing Belizeans as sending things home. At your last input in the other summit, you talked very much about the reasons why we have this talent abroad that we're not completely engaging. I'd like you to elaborate on that aspect. And please take your moments to also show us some of the practical ways in which government, which has a very important, thank Cory for laying it up today. But we want the easy to understand practical ways in which we can see the diaspora being engaged practically in what is the development program.
Well, one of the first things that I would raise here is we are seeing the diaspora engage in practical ways. The fact that there are so many Belizeans who have traveled from abroad for this very summit. The fact that whenever I have participated in this summit, I have heard of untold amounts, quantifiable amounts that Belizeans who are abroad, they give in terms of scholarships. If you would look in terms of the tourism numbers, I don't want
to quote this because this is statistics, but the amount of tourism dollars that is generated from returning Belizeans, I believe it's almost 50%. So we talk about tourism, and we believe that tourism are people from North America, from Europe. It's actually the majority of it is returning Belizeans. So there is a depth already of people in the diaspora who contribute in very substantial and meaningful ways. One of the things that I think we need to do is we would need to see and recognize through discussions how we can formalize that relationship. In my view, there should be no distinction between a Belizean living in the homeland and a Belizean living abroad. We create these divisions in our own mind, which really do not exist. I know Belizeans who live in Florida who are in this very room, who are more committed and more involved in politics and social and cultural life than 90% of people who live here. And that should not be the case. What we need to do is that we need to look at ways politically, socially, and culturally. For example, the idea of incorporating Belizeans in the diaspora so that they're able to vote. Incorporating Belizeans in the diaspora so that it's easier for them to engage in government services. I know that the government is already doing tremendous work in online and e-governance and so forth. We need to find ways that we could engage with those people in our diaspora. And this idea of a nation and the state being linked is something that's actually changing. Migration and people on the move is a phenomenon that will be with us and will only increase. So we will continue to have a significant amount of Belizeans who, for whatever reason, wanting employment or they're getting married, who leave the homeland. And we need to recognize that when you leave the homeland, you do not give up your Belizean citizenship. That's a wrong way of looking at it. And we should not debar them from engaging politically, socially, and commercially with the Belizean homeland. So if you look at it, the problem is not necessarily how to integrate people in the diaspora. It is how to remove those barriers that we create that disenable people in the diaspora to meaningfully participate as a Belizean citizen. It may not be everybody. You have a lot of people in the diaspora who may turn your back. They don't want to participate, but you have a great many Belizeans abroad who already contribute in very meaningful and practical ways. And how could we deepen that by recognizing that these people are fully citizens of Belize and eliminating the barriers that we artificially create for them to fully participate in the nation state. When I was in city council, the amount of tax revenues that we collect from people who live abroad but they own taxes in Belize. I have my aunt who lives in the United States. She's been there for 40 years. And her desire is that when she dies, she wants to be cremated and she wants her ashes to be sprinkled in Belize. That means that there is a certain internal identification. It's not, when you talk about Belizean nationality, it's not anything political. It's in our heart. And Belizeans abroad carry that with them. And we do such a disservice by talking about them as if they were some other than a full Belizean citizenship. And I think if we would integrate that conversation about how do we recognize them fully as Belizeans, much would be accomplished.
Very good, very good, very good. Good point. Very good point. Miss Margaret, I would like to, if you don't mind, you wouldn't want to, would you want to keep it just like that? I would like to select. All right. So, Miss Margaret, I'd like you to continue where Darrell Bradley left off in terms of many of our people in the diaspora are not even having this conversation. And we want to avoid this conversation becoming too elitist. We'd like it to trickle down to the ordinary Belizeans, those who you're interacting with in Los Angeles, who you're interacting with in diaspora. We want them to be able to identify and see that, hey, this is not a conversation only for people at this panel level, but this is a conversation happening in restaurants, it's happening in schools, it's happening with students who are getting there. So contribute, Miss Margaret, on how this can become even more broad.
Okay. Well, I'm going to talk to say something from my experience. As I said, I moved here and I used all the qualifications to get here. Even though I am from Cayo, my neighbors and still joke, es la señora de los estados. the lady from the United States, the from states, they talk Creole from states.
Yeah.
So I am proud to say that I am no longer a Belizean diasporan. I am home, fully engaged.
Okay.
As a community leader, I have seen firsthand how Belizean abroad stayed deeply committed to home and contribute to the community development. Our strongest example comes through association work, cultural pride, family ties, mutual aid, and the way we turn one-time help into long-term engagement. My years of president of the Belize Association of Florida taught me how to commit Belizean abroad are to be giving back home. And when I return, I carry that same spirit into the Optimist Club of 501c Belize, where I became the first director of the Western region. I used my leadership, organization skills, and the financial experience to strengthen the mission of OC 501 Belize, which remains the only organization with a strong, active membership both in Belize and across the diaspora. What makes diaspora effort work in trust, accountability, and culture continuity? I serve as a resource for many diaspora organizations, helping identify areas of need and ensuring the donation, especially in CAIO, are honestly and equitable distribution. Belize abroad give generously because they know their contribution reach the right people. And our culture of sharing is the foundation of all this. In my backyard, I raise local chicken, eggs, not to sell, but to share with the neighbors and friends. That is how we grew up in Belize. And that same spirit followed us abroad. At dance, picnic, wakes, and repast, everyone brings something, correct? And just like the old bazaar, and we turn around and buy the same product, the food we bought is mutual wrapped up in cultural pride. Since starting my garden, what a diasporan might call landscaping, my neighbors have joined me beautifying the community and sharing cilantro, culantro, thyme, bay leaf, and bush medicine sometime. This is the community development at the ground level. When I live abroad, I march and wave the Belizean flag. Now that I am home, I march, wave, and celebrate it here. Sometimes even making my own flag with a dress, my car, decoration. That is the heart of diaspora engagement. Wherever we are, we carry Belize with us. And when we return, we bring back everything we learn to strengthen our community.
Very good. Very good. Well, Phil? Yeah, I think it's all. Yeah.
My passion for Belize is extensive. Part of one of the things that I wanted to do was give a little bit of Belize to the world. So I am the owner and creator of Opal's Glow Skincare, which started during the pandemic. It started in 2020 when all the borders were closed and the airports were shut down. But I thought not of where I was in California and being stuck in my house, but I thought, what's going to happen to my people back home? And I got into my kitchen and I started mixing things and I said, I need something from home. So I used my credentials as a medical professional to get into the country as a first responder. And I drove up and down the coast buying coconut oil from the little children who sold it on the side of the street, just because I know that the $20 that I gave them would feed their entire family. And with that came my skincare line, where it's sourced with cacao, with coconut oil, with turmeric, with feva grass, with all the things that we grow here in Belize. But it wasn't just about beautification. It wasn't anything external. It's about the fact that I've created jobs, I've fed families, and I've taken a piece of Belize and shared it with the world. And that's just one thing. I'm also the president and co-founder of the Foundation of American Belizeans, where we have a literacy project. We built our first literacy center inside Wesley Upper School in Belize City. And what touches my heart about that is that I came to visit at 4:00 on a Friday afternoon, and the students were still there reading. So those things matter to us. And as members of the diaspora, it's not just about, like we said, the box that we give you. It's not the books. It's not the clothes that you're going to wear once and not remember. It's the impact. that is lasting. So we returned this year in 2026, and I brought an entire delegation, which included our first elected official in California to be elected a school board member of the LA Unified School District, Charlotte Handy Newbill, and also our political representative, Rashad Rucker Trapp, who is the representative for the mayor of California, Mayor Karen Bass, mayor of Los Angeles. And we also brought the president of the Inglewood School Board. As a part of extending our project in Cayo at Eden SDA Primary School, where we will be building from the ground up a STEM and literacy center, and also the very first inclusive neurodiverse center in a regular school. So we're really excited about that. And when it comes to giving back, these are the areas that we look at. The disparities in education. We sent out a survey to our teachers to say, and this is my message, not just to our local Belizeans, but also to the diaspora members. When you send something home, ask people what they need. Don't just think about, oh, I don't wear this dress anymore, so somebody will need it. Yes, those things are welcome. But if you actually listen to the people, they tell you specifically, you know, my classroom needs more materials. My classroom needs more manipulative to teach my students. So I took that list and I sent it out to my networks in California. And that is where the materials that we source to send to Belize come from. We're sending reading materials. We're sending STEM materials. We gave all of the teachers new laptops, and including the principal. And we also encourage them to create a faculty just to teach reading in their schools. So our students don't have to worry about being advanced without being at the proper level. So it comes from our hearing your voices in terms of your very specific needs and transmitting that message to the people in the diaspora to say, they don't want this anymore. We need 20 pairs of tennis shoes for the basketball team because there are kids who don't have it.
Very good. I'm glad that you bring that up, because there was a time in old Belize when anything we have sent for we want. So if that shirt not fit you again and you send it home. But nowadays, not send no whole thing for we, you know, because we don't want no whole thing again. We want something we're new and we're usable. And because we have this interaction with social media, where we're right up on what's going on, we only want something we're new. That are the days now. Ambassador, I want you.
One of the things that we're piggybacking on what contributions are.
I see.
You'll see why this is important.
What? He's jumping. Should I excuse myself? Because he's almost making me not necessary.
No.
All right. No. Before you go there, Doctor, I want to stay with the ambassador, because you're practically involved in sending home bags and books. And as Minister Kareem highlighted, that you've done a lot of spearheading work to really hear what Belizeans need, medical or in schools, etc. How challenging has that been, and how can we sustain that? And I'll get to you in a minute, Doc.
So what we have been able to do is listen to what is needed here at home, but also understand what is in the diaspora and what they can provide. So one of the things I want to say really is, yes, we do need a lot, but because we're a country that have limited resources, it really doesn't mean we'll just take anything. You send your broke up thing there, we're not to take it, you know. And that's one of the things at Build Belize Inc., which grew or was first, you know, came about because of what we heard that the diaspora needed and wanted. One thing is shipping, extremely expensive. You know, it's crazy what we pay for shipping. So what Build Belize Inc. has done is worked with local organizations, with the ministries, to see how we could support in shipping items. And, you know, honestly, they have been really good about supporting us. Ministry of Health has done a lot with supporting shipping. Ministry of Tourism has been amazing. And then also the other thing is people want to know that when they send something home, it goes where it needs to go and where it's supposed to go, right? And those items were not sold or taken or whatever. And that's something that we take great pride in, because we make sure it goes where it needs to go. We send you pictures, we send you a video, we make sure that you know exactly what happened. And by the grace of God, we have been fortunate to build that trust, because trust is a huge issue with many in the diaspora. And that really is what we're doing, is just creating that trust again with the diaspora, because I think we have lost a lot of support in general over the years because of that. I mean, you've heard some not so nice stories, and that gets around, right? But doesn't mean that that's how it's going to continue. And something that I've always said, when you give a donation, for example, at Belize Inc., we have given out over 1,200 laptops. And I've had people say to me, but how you know they now, buck up the laptop or sell it? Or this is my thinking on it. We've given out 1,200 laptops. Look, even if something happens to 10 or 20% of those laptops, what about the rest of the kids who have gotten? You can't take that opportunity away from those kids. Every child should be afforded that opportunity to discover their full potential. You can't stop do it because, 5, 10, 20 of them got a wrong way, right? Yeah. So you can't stop. Put your blinders on and keep remembering what the goal is. You can't get blindsided by the negative or the things that don't work. And it's extremely important that the 501c, the nonprofit organizations that put themselves out there, continue to create that trust and build that trust with the diaspora. And that's such a great way to be able to give back at home.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that, Ambassador, because we do have a tendency to generalize. We would say if then when it's like the man on the street that asks you for $1, and you say, me not give it to him because he probably going to use it for crack. But there's a lot of people who are asking you for genuinely helping me because I need it. So we need to avoid this generalization. But you, who is so anxious to get on the mic, let
breather.
Yes. Let me ask you this, because you're in a very specific field that affects a lot of young Belizeans who want to get on the higher level of education, tertiary level education. And while our universities here, Galen and I think I saw Dr. Palacio here from UB, are doing an excellent job. And I think SJC has also added to that need for tertiary level. There's still a gap.
Absolutely.
And you being a professor in the American educational field, can you open up how we can service that need? How can we help young Belizeans who are trying to get the opportunity to increase their education? Is there suggestions of how that can happen from the connection with the diaspora?
There is. So I'm very optimistic.
Okay.
What do we give back? I'm going to come to the education.
Okay.
Folks, I am Albert Williams. Albert Williams can do a lot. But we don't like to think that we should have to be organized. I'll tell you, and Dr. Palacio knows, I have 3 people on scholarships right now, my wife and I, literally giving them bachelor's degrees at University of Belize.
Okay.
Why do I do that? Why do I put in thousands of dollars in the lives of 3 people? To break the cycle of poverty, to help a family that those young ladies and the guys will go out and help their family. And 2 have graduated so far, and I have another one joining the team. I always have 2 or 3. That's what my wife and I are doing. We took some of the resources that we made in America, and we are giving it back to Belize by giving scholarships. The 2 ladies have graduated and they have jobs and they're helping their families to improve their lives. I saw one bought a car. I see an extension on a house. Those are things that happen because of a multiplier effect of helping. The other thing I do, as I told you earlier, I don't take those talk show because I want to go up on TV. That's irrelevant going on TV. I like to go by sharing the knowledge that I have acquired. And believe it, I went that way with a lot of these degrees. And there's another thing that I want you guys to understand. I don't only talk, I invest. I just bought a big property in PG. I have people working right now on that property that I am using. Many people are getting income right now for the last 7 weeks. I've been here 7 weeks, by the way, and I don't want to go back. But I have people working, helping to develop that property, and like close to 10 of them, they are working, but the investment came from all my savings in America to put here. Why do I do that? Because I love Belize. And there's another reason why I do that. Belize was good to me. You heard me? I got 1 degree, 2 degrees, and 3 degrees by the blessing of many Belizeans who ratified to make me do it. So when I go to America, I mean, the U.S. government paid for one of them in a sense by scholarship. But you're given there, you're given here. And there's nothing wrong with sharing the experiences because when you get, you give. So I am giving with investments. I'm giving with talents through UB. I went to Dr. Palacios University and did the Gandhi lecture. Close to 300 people are in that room. I mean, that's giving and sharing. And you might touch the lives of some of them. So you need your money, you need your brain, and you also need to get people willing to listen. So you got to have two sides of the coin. Now, higher education. I teach masters and bachelors at Nova Southeastern University. I meet 1 or 2 Belizeans now, and then I love them to death. When a Belizean come to my class, that's like a big thing for me. By the way, I'm a mentor of Belize. Whenever I start any class, within the first 20 minutes, I make them know I come from Belize. Believe it or not, that's powerful because Belizeans produce talent. And so we could share that with the other people who some of them never heard of Belize. Well, lately they do. But just to show that I can be as good as any other professor in that society. So I come from Belize, PG. I like Kuhun Cabbage. I love everything that the culture of PG offers to me. I know I saw Will Mejia here. He's my cousin and television star. But we are giving back to Belize because something happened up here many years ago that triggered that, and it's not going to stop. So that's the thing. Now, higher education, the first thing is money, opportunities. So how do you get scholarships? Believe it or not, I have given 2 scholarships to America also. You have to remember, I'm a man of 2 countries. So I have given way more here, but I've given 2 over there also. And it helps to make the world go around. Those kids, their family come to me and say, Dr. Williams and your wife, we appreciate the little help you give us. Those little extras go a long way. So all of you American Belizeans or Belizean American, whatever you want to call yourself, we need to also do our personal, and I know some of my friends in the room because I met them last year, they're all giving back. So Minister, take note. This is powerful that we are sharing brain and pocket. And it's working, it's working, it's working.
All right, great. I want to ask this now generally because you all had an opportunity to make an input. But I want to ask some general questions now and anyone who would like to jump in. And it's part of what you were saying just now. We want to build a Belize where Belizeans living abroad don't constantly feel as though I am outside. And much of what we've heard, and big respect to what Brother Kareem said, there is this need and we are moving in that direction, but many Belizeans abroad still feel like they're on the outside. Let's be faced. That's real. And there's a need for us to build that closeness beyond just the sentiment of what we send home. But how do we do it in a very progressive, dynamic, and strategic way? I'll go to you first, Darrell. How do we realize that beyond just conferences, summits, etc., but on the ground, we really feel it?
Well, I think that there are multiple things. The first is I know that there has been some work with the organizers of this conference to develop a national policy on the diaspora, and I know Ambassador has been working tremendously on that. So I think from the point of the government, there has to be some sort of strategic recognition of the importance of the diaspora to the Belizean nation, and that has to have priority. The second thing is I think we need to invest significantly in organization. I've heard and I've participated when I was mayor with many organizations that are community-based in the United States and in Europe and in Canada and in the Caribbean that are Belizean-led, Belizean American, Belizean American Chamber of Commerce, different organizations. We need to have a link between all of those organizations so that we know and we experience that people are feeling what it means to be Belize all over the world and that we have a connection practically. I think the government also is doing a lot in relation to things like e-governance and things like making governmental services more accessible if you're distance away. But we need to coordinate all of that into strategic planning and thinking and accessing how people interface with the Belizean nation. Another thing I think that is very important is that we need to conduct research. And I know some of the people in this room are professors. And one of the things that we do not recognize, we talk about it, but we don't recognize it quantifiably, dollar value. How much the diaspora presently contribute to GDP. And I think not only things about sending money or so forth, but knowledge exchange and the different conferences and all of those, if we were to quantify that, do a study on that and show that, I would be remiss that would not be very, very significant. So we're losing a great opportunity by not really taking this from a more organizational, strategic and planning, and to see how we can, in those ways, integrate the diaspora more into the Belizean nation, so that this idea of being Belizean means you have to be in at the square limits or the square miles of Belize, like that is something that I think is a flawed view. The last thing that I want to say on this is that this argument or this idea of feeling outside, it's not something, and I think it has to be a change of mindset. Many people in Belize, in the Belizean nation, feel disenfranchised with society and with government and with all different things. So I think if we were to have that policy or that ethos from the Belizean center, the leadership and all centers, that we want a more inclusive Belize. And that inclusive Belize will involve people here and people abroad working in tandem to develop and participate in the Belizean nation. And we could set those things out. So, Brother Nuri, you had asked in terms of practical ways. I tried to outline practical ways, but there are very bright people in this room. And we know the ways how we can experience Belize, and we know the ways how we can make the diaspora more integrated into the Belizean nation. I know Aria has been pushing this idea of Belizean Americans voting, and so they've done leadership fellowships and different things like that. So there's a lot of things that are going on, but we just need to pull that bull by the horn and organize it in a more strategic way so that we are more effective in practically making people feel that they're more connected with Belize and the Belizean nation. And we are doing it. One of the things, the last thing that I want to say is this is a growing trend that we don't even know how much it's significant. As a lawyer, I experienced this. Mrs. Usher mentioned this. I want to know how many Belizeans in the diaspora actually come back home. If we were to look at that, you would recognize, even in my own family, people have gone abroad 40 years and they come back home. So they take opportunities abroad, but they never leave. And we don't know research-wise, what are those trends? Where are the Belizeans abroad? For example, Opal mentioned that there is a Belizean in the state legislature in California. I didn't know that. Those are influences that Belize can use. Other countries use their representatives abroad quite effectively to pursue their national interests. By doing this and strategically incorporating the diaspora, you can see in very practical and short order how much we can advance national development. We've talked a lot, last thing, we've talked a lot about the diaspora giving financially, and everybody mentioned that. But one of the things that I really want to push, and I haven't heard a lot about, is this idea of a knowledge exchange. Many people in the diaspora are very, very successful. Even this morning, I met people in Miami and all over who own mega companies, Belizean Americans. Okay. And so we want to see how that knowledge can also come back to the country.
All right, very good. Yeah, thank you very much. I want to hear more on this, but I want to keep it reality. And I'm glad that you brought up the fact that there are Belizeans now involved in the governance process in the United States. And it's important to understand that Belizeans are not in the diaspora recently. We have, if you're talking about 40 years, they're there more than 40 years, which means that they're having children and grandchildren who have never been identify with Belize nonetheless. We're at the state now where we're seeing a man who was born in Uganda, who is now the mayor of New York. And it's now showing you that the concept of diaspora is far beyond even what we're talking about here. So we've got to be in a position where those who are listening to us, who have never been to Belize, but want to know how they can contribute and be able to see that it may not necessarily be that I come back to Belize, but that's something that I'm doing as a Belizean, in his case, as a former Ugandan, who is now an American citizen, who has now earned the respect of people in New York who have never been to Uganda, who will never go to Uganda, but respect that man named Mandani. So when are we going to see a Belizean? And I'm saying this because Belizeans in Los Angeles, I'm almost sure that they could, the mayor in Los Angeles will see that this is where we're going with this definition of diaspora. It's not just an extension of the remittances and the box and the land, but it's our children and our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren who will never return to Belize, but are still engaged in that idea and that definition and redefinition of what we mean when we say diaspora engagement. Let me go to you, Ambassador.
Yes, Mr. Mohammed, thank you. I want to point out a couple of things. First of all, I think the policy is extremely important. It will create some infrastructure, right, for the diaspora. And one of the things that I know this administration has done is create the Diaspora Relations Unit. And the unit has been created to support and engage the diaspora. So the administration is doing things to encourage and, bring the diaspora home. And so now I want to say that we need for the diaspora to use the unit, to know that it's there. So one of the things we have done is we have the registry that I'm sure all of you have heard about. It is extremely important for the diaspora to register with the unit. Something as simple as trying to figure out what's the numbers? What are the numbers? We're still on that. Okay. And we have done everything at the unit. I know we have, and if you have new ways, please let us know. But we have done as much as we can to reach out, to encourage people to register, just so that we know what the numbers are. How many people in, California? How many in Florida? We have estimates. We kind of know, but we need better numbers. We need more data, right? And we can get that data only when the diaspora is providing that data. Look, there is power in numbers. We talk about all these things that's extremely important, but where is everybody? Because you will find a large group of people that are, really pushing, which is wonderful, but where is everybody else? and the power is in the numbers. It's simple, guys. Just register. Okay, just register. The information is kept confidentially. We are not sharing the information with anybody. We have said that from day one. The unit has not, has been doing that. And all I can say is please register. Let us know who you are, where you are, and that way we can provide more support for you. We talk about all these issues that we're having. Well, tell us who you are. Let us know where is this happening and what the issues are. And we've heard some beautiful stories, and I love it. It's so important. Please share those stories with us at the unit. We want to put that out. We want people to know. We want people at home. We want the other diaspora members to know what is going on. I didn't know about a lot of the stuff she talked about. I didn't know, about Mrs. Usher also. But what beautiful stories. And there's so many of those.
Indeed,
we need to share them. One of the issues, I think, is communication.
All right. I'll get to communication in a minute, but
thank you.
I'm on a time line.
I will share.
All right. So I'll go to Miss Usher as also to Dr. Williams. But I want to, Kareem dropped a bombshell. I'm not sure that you heard that he said that their estimate, meaning government's estimate, is that there are over 300,000. Now, talking about 400,000 plus in Belize and 300,000 in the diaspora. What kind of balance is that? That's a very serious number, because I spoke this morning and I was trying to be conservative, Kareem. I'd heard about the 300, but I said, boy, if I put out 300,000, well, he was brave enough to say it. That's a significant number of Belizeans. It don't make no difference. That's why I mentioned Mandani. We cannot continue to think that Belizean diaspora is only those who left 40 years ago or 50 years ago. They had children and grandchildren, and they got some grandchildren who dance punta. They understand the culture. They eat rice and beans every Sunday, but they've never been to Belize. So our very way in which we look at the engagement of our people abroad has got to be redefined. Likewise. Please input that, Ms. Usher.
That's a good question. Well, what I want to say is that the diaspora is already engaged.
Yeah.
The challenge we have is the second and third generation.
All right.
And so there's a few people that are second and third generation that I want to share a few names that I know, and you correct me. I don't know if I'm saying the name correct, but there is Mr. Coleman, Domingo Coleman.
Okay.
We have Cara Young, so here. Rudy Francisco, Kareem Ferguson, and Takara Williams. She's a comedian. We have these people. They have Tony Awards. We have Amber Cabrera. I think a couple of weeks ago she was doing the dance. Yes, Simone Biles. We have Ryan Utzman. He was dancing. I saw him all over Facebook. So these are second and third generation, and these are the challenging that we have to explain and have these kids and teach them.
Absolutely.
So that's my challenge.
Brother Williams.
This is a very key piece. But I'm going to mention I have 3 grandchildren. They come to Belize. Their parents bring them here, but have to ensure, are they connected? And that's a much harder question to answer. They only come for vacation. They don't see the real Belize. They see the tourist Belize. And that's something that we have to also get them to make one mosquito bite now and then.
Yeah.
But that's the challenge we face. But I want to turn this around a tiny bit. Everything is based on diaspora. What is the pulse of the Belizean at home? What are they thinking about us? Are we just the giver of barrels and boxes and money? Or do they really want to integrate with us? And so it'd be nice to get a feel. What's the pulse? I walk. I've been for 7 weeks. I meet all kinds of people. They don't even know I live the States. I not tell them, and they like me as a brother. But at the same time, it's an important field. Do they care about diaspora? Do they really want to synchronize and collaborate with us? That's a much harder question to answer. I would love to hear somebody address that from the other side, not only
Well,
from here.
you will be hearing that because
Exactly. Question.
I just put one or two more points to this group. And you're doing a good job. I'm going now to you, Miss Opel, to say to us your experience in Los Angeles, where you got Miss Bass there, who is in that Inglewood area where many Belizeans live, and they have a very positive relationship as government. We see the same thing in Chicago. I believe it also exists to a certain degree in Florida, as you mentioned. Michael Young Jr. is doing an excellent job there. And there are many other Belizeans who are trying to marry our relationship as large Belizean. Pretty much where I started the call, we say diasporans. You know, I'm telling you, this word is taking on its own meaning. That we need to be able to ensure that it's not government doing what they can for diaspora, but it is the many Belizeans in Los Angeles, because I'm familiar with that jurisdiction, that need some kind of relation with the existing civic government in that area. And that is not happening as it should. You being in that area, what is your observation in how do Belizeans there to also engage in their civic responsibility there? Some of them no vote, so they not got no rights. Some of them are still caught up in immigration issues. These are still important issues that are affecting Belizeans in diaspora. So we can't just narrow it down to where the country we are. We've also got to have some way that we can answer their needs in that particular area likewise. There's the immigration issue. There's the fear of ICE. All of these are very meaningful discussions for Belizeans in the diaspora. After she answers, then we're going to open it up. You notice how long the answers, and I'm reluctant, but I'm respectfully going to start pulling the plug and making sure. So hear your question or your comment, and we'll ask you to keep it respectively short. Go ahead, Ms. Okay.
Wow, the pressure. You know, we like whole long bench. So, let me answer the first part of your question, and that is in terms of government and accessibility to government in California. We do have Charlotte Hendy, who is on the school board. And what I love about Charlotte, when, you know, she did come to Belize with me in January, whenever she hears the word Belizean on any campus, she runs towards them, embraces them, and says, "What do you need?" And we did a campaign fundraiser for Karen Bass at Little Belize in Inglewood. Shout out to Little Belize because they're the hub for California. But what is not happening is people are just not asking for help. You know, there is a huge, that's exactly it. They don't know to ask for help. I needed a deed poll done last time I was here because I had a name change. And when I called the Consul General, the acting Consul General in Los Angeles, she walked me through the entire process herself, step by step. She didn't even outsource it to somebody in her office. And these resources are available. So in terms of immigration and running from ICE, we asked them to come out of the woodwork. You know, you don't have to be afraid. The second you walk somewhere and somebody hears that you're a Belizean, another Belizean hears that, we're asking, what do you need? So it's really about getting the word out there. And I know Belizeans don't like talk. So talk about things that are important. Talk about the resources that we have and talk about things that are positive and not just to fight on Facebook. I'm not going to go there. But seriously, we are available to you, and we need to have these conversations about resources because it's not absent, and we are making slow strides to build towards a greater impact on the governance that's happening in California.
So we are finished with the long bench part of this. And now we're going to ask any question or comment that you make towards the panelists, that they will give you a short, precise, and concise answer rather than a longer answer. So, do we have any immediate questions? All right, please, can you stand? And I don't know if we have a mic. Yeah. Yeah. No, do we have any mic there? Because, yeah. Please, could you? All right, while he's doing that, no, he was first.
No, he was first, but I also have a comment question.
Yeah.
I know, right? Thank
All
you.
right, yeah.
Ladies first.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to stand as I was taught. So my name is Vanessa Jenkins Young. I know most of you on the panel. I'm the president of the Belize Diabetes, Heart and Stroke Association of New York. And one of the ongoing issue is mentioned is the shipping cost of donations. And I know that there's Bill Belize Incorporated, but recently, sorry, I'm not sure why I'm out of breath. Recently, G. Michael over there had a donation that was coming from Florida. I'm not sure if it was requested, Sandia. So it's not a text, just a question. Is there criteria for these things? Because we always have donations of, all sorts to go to St. Cecilia's Home for the Aged, and it's $200 for a barrel. So if we get donations, now we need to find $200 for the barrel. And in this case, I believe they paid $500 US for school bags that were coming for his program on the South Side. So my question specifically, are there criteria that we have to submit? Is there formal paperwork? How does that work?
I'm not sure if anybody.
It's mostly for Sandia.
All right.
Yes, because the funds she mentioned before. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. So what we try to do is, when we do a shipment, we try to make it as large as possible, because that's where, we're getting most cost benefit analysis, that's where it makes sense. So sometimes when the shipment is, something small, it's a little more difficult, because with the larger shipments, it's funny how that works, right? Like we just seem to be able to get people to donate for the shipment, and but I always say, whenever you have something you want to send, please reach out to us and we will let you know what our position is in that moment, because it is donations that we're using. We're fortunate sometimes to be able to get grants, if you will, or support from ministries, organizations, individuals, but it just depends where we are in that moment. So please still reach out. And, sometimes if we are not able to help, we could refer you to somebody else to check with to see if they can help in that moment. Now, when it comes to school supplies and stuff, if we're doing it around that time of when, school's starting, usually we have a lot going out at that time. So yes, bring it, right? And we can send it all together. So it depends when, and it depends, at what time and what our situation is too. So.
One of the things that we recognized many, many years ago, he's bringing an additional mics. You said additional mics? Yeah, I gave you a minute already. Yeah. Responsibility of the ambassador's office, but there needs to be a clearinghouse, so to speak. Like a question like that can be directed, and you could get an easy answer overnight. Yeah.
As part of the health work group, I work with Dr. Hyde, Dr. Hughes. Opal was on it as well,
right.
And Dr. Greenidge. Right, my name, right? Because my background is hospital administrator and physical therapist.
Okay.
So I just wanted to say, in our proposal that you will get, we have the answer to that question. But that question was based on current needs, not future. We have the answer, right, Opal?
Oh,
It wasn't shared today, but we have the answer for that.
all right. The next question, yeah.
Hello, my name is Joshua Pandy. So my parents moved from Belize to the States in the 1980s.
Okay.
And so for me, I've been trying to get more reconnected with Belize.
Okay.
And I think that as far as coming over here, I related most, well, I love what everyone's been saying so far, but I really related with Miss Opal, partially of what she's been doing and giving back, and also kind of jumping back and forth between English and Creole. And so for me, like growing up, like my parents didn't try to speak a lot of Creole. They said that it just seemed like when you were in school, they wanted you to just speak English, and they wanted us to have, me and my sister, like a fair chance in education. And the thing about like being part of the diaspora and connecting with more Belizeans, it's a little difficult to identify other people in the diaspora because, you know, other countries, a lot of people look alike or have lots of similarities, to where Belizeans, we're a melting pot. We look like all different type of people. If you can't speak any Creole, somebody's not going to know that you're from Belize. Or if they don't go to your house and look at your fridge and see Marie shop or have mango, then you just don't know. And so I, for myself, I've been really interested in what Ambassador Murphy was saying as far as filling the communication gap of trying to connect more people from the Belizean diaspora to the people who already live here. And I love not separating the two, and that we're all Belizeans, and trying to figure out how to have a collective narrative so that we can all talk more about Belize and get more easier like connection. So as far as like when I've talked to people from the diaspora, there's always two things when there's like, oh, you're a Belizean or someone here is Belizean. The two things when they want to know is like, oh, can you tell me something in Creole, or do you know how to cook whatever, hood or something?
Oh. I think one of the things that wasn't said earlier is what we're looking for, not just this panel and the organizers of this event, is not just inclusion, but equitable inclusion. We want to be a part of the decision-making process. The world has gone virtual. So I think that there's a need at this point for the decision-making in Belize to include a diaspora board member, because we feel like we contribute so much and we give a lot, and we'll do it so willingly and from our heart. But when the time comes to make the changes that affect the impact of the future of our country, which is especially our children and our policies, our voices don't matter. So I know this isn't necessarily on the subject of the question that the gentleman asked. Creole is a national language. So there are books in Creole, there are dictionaries in Creole. And if you want to know if there's a Belizean in the room, stand in the middle of the room and holla, why, and see what comes out. But seriously, we want to be woven into the matrix of decision making as well, in order to continue to facilitate that community that we're trying to create, because there are Belizeans everywhere, not just in California. We're all over the world, and we want to connect. So thank you, young man, for your desire to connect more. We can talk more later.
All right. Next question. Yeah. Can you hear me? This has to be the last, and then we'll get some closing.
Okay. My name is Wayne Moody, and I saw a year this past June since I've been back home, and I was away for over 22 years. And one thing that I know that we have that we can share is intellectual property, because that is something that we have that no matter where you go. And right now, currently, I network with people like Dr. Greenidge, and we talk about what we think is needed. And there is active work being done in reference to the contribution that we need to make. So for me, it was a journey of like 5 years to come back home. and it had to be strategic. I literally had to say, this is what I was going to do. And one of the things that I realized just being here a year is that sometimes people might not recognize what is it that you have to offer, but you just got to take your time. And talking earlier about the perspective that they have of us, and I remember my brother said this to me when I was in the States, and we were talking in Zoom, and I said, gee, Mike, and he said, Wayne, Belize is a mindset. It's a mindset. And like somebody said earlier, there are people in the States that have a greater passion for Belize than people that are living in Belize. And the journey that I've been on, and I remember Newey asked me, so when are you going back? I have nowhere to go back but here. I am on my second win at 64. And Newey, one of my mentors, we're talking about some stuff that we need to deal with today. So what we have is intellectual property. And the doc is right next here to me. And I say to the doc, I said, Doc, what's happening at UB that I can help you with? And he says, come and tell me. So there are things that are happening right now as we speak, but we might not have the full picture. But let's know that we as Belizeans, when I say Belizeans, wherever we are, whether being in the States where Congresswoman Bass, her chief of staff, had me visit him at the Capitol. I was in her office. Again, these are people that we have relationships with. They're people that I've worked with. My first client today, he's in America, and he's now in charge of the Social Work Association in California, Nevada, and Hawaii. He's coming this year to visit. Tomorrow I have 4 Americans, not Belizean Americans, Americans coming in. One of my clients, he wants to do his bachelor party here in Belize, and I'm going to have him here. So there are things that we're doing that might not be on the record, but we all love this place. And I say there's 2 things that I'm going to finish with this.
You better finish.
There's 2 things that I know we can work together.
I thought the long bench was up here, but apparently the long bench is out there.
But Lou is my mentor, so you know I like to talk. So 2 things I know we can work together. 1, if you acknowledge you're connected to the source. And 2, if you love this country, not pimping it. Because if you are, we're going to be on the opposite side of the chart.
Well, granted. All right, we're going to give, and I'm going to be strict, we're going to give each of the panelists 30 seconds, which is half a minute, to make a point. And the other day, I was looking at the clock and talking, and I'd see that half a minute, that was a lot of time. So, half a minute, we'll start with Attorney Bradley.
Half a minute. One thing that I really want is, and Ambassador mentioned this, we go sometimes for perfect. We need to get 100%, 80%, 90%. If we get 10%, that is important. And the diaspora working with this organization, it is happening. It's happening even without us. So we just need to celebrate that. One thing that I want to see, which was mentioned at the conference last year, celebrating the diaspora, having people in the diaspora recognized, for example, in the Belize National Honors, celebrating and recognizing all the work that they do. And as long as we support that movement that's already happening, it's going to happen and it's going to be bigger.
All right, very good.
I think I'm grateful. That's my message. Grateful for the fact that we have people like Arya who put things like this together for us to have a voice. And I would like the conversation to not end when the 3 days are over. We want this to continue. We want this to be an ongoing conversation of mutual support and listening to each other about how we can make these situations better.
Very good. Ambassador?
I just want to remind everybody, please register. We need to know who you are. If you want us to engage properly with you, if you want us, you want support, we are here, but we need to know who you are. So please register. And I also want to thank Reshma and Arya and Verlene and the entire team for putting this together. This is what we need. We need more of this. And this is how we will continue to strengthen the relationship with Belize and the diaspora. It's a good start, and we just need to keep going, keep the conversation going.
Okay.
And now let's look for some action. Right?
Very good.
Thank you. I just want to say, continue to invest in Belize. We took a cruise a couple of weeks, or last week with some friends, and you know what? We came to Belize. Everybody said, "What you going to do in Belize?" I said, "I went to go feed me chicken." Yeah. So, and also continue to support all the organization and to go for the Belize Day in all the states. Support the Belize Day. You'll see the food, our culture, everything there. So continue to do a good job.
All right. Doctor?
You know, one of the most important thing a human can do is to say thank you. And so I want to say thank you to all of you, but the organizers, my wonderful friends, I show them little pieces here and there. But thank you for you, for me, for all of us. I thank God for the life that I have. I'm aging, but I'm still giving. But I'll end by saying that little lady right behind Minister, she and her team have been so helpful to me in everything. Miss Sandra, Mala. So she and her team, I love them to death because they make sure you do the thing properly and your paperwork is processed properly. So thanks to everybody who has been helping me. So I'll end with one last phrase.
No.
Win-win solutions are required. Aspire have to do something, Belize have to do something local. Then two things, win-win.
Very good. Very good. Well, I want to thank all the members of the panel. I think this has been a useful beginning of the panel discussion. There are more to follow. But there is a hidden hero, and that is XTV, Creme Radio, Mose Hyde, who is not here. It's his style. He doesn't seem to like any kind of publicity. But we are going live stream throughout the entire universe right now. And if it was not for that, and we're not making any money, we're not getting any money. Maybe we should go and say, we're not getting any money to cover this summit. And, it's very important to recognize those who may not want to be publicly recognized, but we need to do that. Right? I want to again thank everybody who is present here, who is involved, and we hope that you will stay for the entire day, in fact, the entire 3 days, and engage. And if you may not have any questions for this first panel, something may come up in your conversation during these 3 days, be sure to present that and to let it be a part of it, because this is not just speech giving, but this is an engagement in a conversation so that we can ensure that we come away from these 3 days with something tangible that we can present and build on for the next summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, panels. And Mr. Mohammed, you gave me an idea for the next summit we're going to have. I'm going to red card people when they go overtime. Just hold up red cards like in football. So I'll ask you guys to please exit the stage, because what we want to do is make room for the next panel, which is our digital transformation panel. And I also want to remind everyone that after the panel discussions, we have a Kapali rum mixer at Grand Resort. It's open to everyone. This is where you can continue your discussions. You can ask your questions, and we don't want the discussion to end here on this. We want you to be able to continue to talk through issues and to connect. So please come to the mixer this evening. It's going to be fun. As we have our panel making its way to the stage, I would like to quickly thank our sponsors again. I know Mr. Mohammed mentioned XTV. I want to thank our gold partners, Belize Bank International, Adventurous Creole Boys Tours, 501 Pulse, BCCI, Niche, and Copal. So
money travels fast, so make sure you check it before you spend it. Here are 4 easy ways to know your money is real. Look, Feel, tilt, and check. Look closely at your note by holding it to the light to see the watermark and the note value. Notice how the see-through image completes itself perfectly. Feel for authenticity. Run your fingers over the raised portrait and the bars on the edges. 1 bar for the $2 and up to 6 bars for the $100. Tilt the note to see the hidden value appear. Look for the moving images on the security thread and holographic shimmer on higher denominations. Check closely. Use UV light or a magnifying glass to find hidden images and microtext. Remember, handling counterfeit money is illegal. If you spot a fake, report it to the police immediately. Look, feel, tilt, and check. Know your money. Check it before you spend it. A message from the Central Bank of Belize.
Be right back.
For the next panel.
That's right.
Deeper introduction of themselves. I'm just giving the superficial introduction. And we also have with us Miss Teresa Gabriel. I should say, Barranco from Belize City, from Injuak, from Belize City, right? Regardless of where we live in the moment, right? And Teresa also brings with her experience with government initiatives and such, but again, all with a foundation of technology. Now, when we say technology, the short title for the panel is Digital Transformation, Digital Belize, right? So what we mean by that? We mean computers, we mean data, we mean information technology. So that's what this is all about, right? And what we're trying to be keen on is advancing Belize through its digital agenda, right? So we will start with the landscape of where we are right now. And how did we develop the landscape or our perspective on the current status quo, right? We have anecdotal experiences with different aspects of digital transformation in Belize. We have formal engagements sometimes, right, through partnerships, through different entrepreneurships, etc. And then the government also has some formal policy documents, right? So most recently, the Ministry of E-Governance released its 2026-2030 Belize National Digital Agenda, right? The Ministry of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology, they most recently introduced their 2026 to 2035 Science, Technology, and Innovation Action Plan and Strategy, right? And there's many other of these other documents. What we're going to try to do here is talk about the excitement that we have about Belize's digital transformation and where it's going. We'll also try to call out gaps where we might see them, right? Because it's in closing those gaps that we make progress. And then really where we want to focus in is on what can we do strategically? What should we prioritize within the next 2 to 4 years, right, for Belize's digital transformation and its advancement thereof, right? So with that, I'm going to turn first to Mr. Rice Aviles, ask him to give a brief introduction of himself, and then focus on 2 questions, right? The first question is, what's exciting you about the current landscape of Belize's digital transformation? And then what concerns you the most in that same context? We'll ask the same question of all the panelists. First, a brief introduction, especially with your relevant background for the conversation. Thanks.
Wonderful. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rice Avila. You said Aviles.
Yes, sorry, Rice.
You know, originally my family is from Barranco, the village of Barranco. You know, so Barranco in the house. But my grandmother was between Barranco and Punta Gorda. So I'm, you know, Punta Gorda, Barranco. I see some folks here from Barranco and Punta Gorda. The great president from UB is, you know, a family member as well. So he's stemming from Barranco. But yes, Rice Avila, grew up in Belize. I went to school in Belmopan. I graduated. I went through the entire Belmopan educational experience all the way to the then UCB BJC. So I graduated in 98. I started working in the lands department. I worked in the data entry, but then it was just data entry. So we were doing land reclamation. We were taking stuff from the digital, from the paper to digital. This is back in 98. So I think we're still working on that in the lands department. And then I moved on to BTL, and I worked at BTL for about 2 years. And that's where I really got the bug for IT and technology. I worked with a lot of people that Moshe has worked with, at BTL. So we were talking yesterday, and we were talking about the different people he knows and I know and how we're all connected. But yes, always working in technology. I went on to school in Chicago, did undergrad, grad school, and then I started working in the technology space throughout the U.S. consulting, worked in Silicon Valley. So deep domain knowledge in technology, but always a focus on how could I leverage the technology for Belize. It's always been my focus, trying to integrate what I'm doing there with things that are happening in Belize, and then keeping in touch with the Belizean diaspora at home and abroad in the technology space.
So when you think about where Belize is currently in its digital transformation, what are you excited about? Where do you see sort of the major opportunities? And then if there's anything that you see as maybe gaps in the vision or the planning and such.
Yeah, so I'm very excited about where Belize is right now in the digital space. I think we have a great opportunity right now to leapfrog, I think, ahead as a nation, as a country, because we're early in the, I think, adoption phase of a lot of things like artificial intelligence in Belize. Similar to where in Africa, where when the mobile revolution came, they didn't put in any kind of fixed wireless lines. They went straight to radio, right? And so they developed some of the most advanced mobile networks without spending that capex. And so Belize has that opportunity here where we could leverage something like artificial intelligence to really leapfrog ahead in the digital space.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. First off, apologizing for standing between everybody and lunch. So I'll be quick. My name is Moshe Smith. I am currently the general manager for business at Digi. I've been with the organization about 23 years now, all in technology roles within the organization, whether it be core IT or a blend of IT solutions and business. Born and raised in Belize City, and still a resident of the Belize district, I'd say at this point, because it's not Belize City anymore. So jumping into, I think, the first question in terms of where we are, I think that in a lot of instances where we are is overlooked and overshadowed bit. And I think that it needs more exposure. So we were discussing yesterday, and I had updated the group that by working with the government of Belize, we've completed and we've executed a lot of initiatives that's driven digital transformation within the country, and that has also set the foundation for that to continue happen. Minister Musa is here, and I can tell you he's a huge proponent of technology. When he was with Home Affairs, he was a minister that supported us in implementing a safe city surveillance system throughout the country that we are still implementing, but that we've also seen a lot of good and a lot of improvement in crime fighting. So I think that from a government perspective, there is the will, and beyond will, there is action that we're seeing. The Ministry of Education is another great partner. We run a project with the Ministry of Education that we're still running, which I don't think a lot of people know, where we've connected 270 schools countrywide within Belize to broadband access within the classroom. And that means over 70,000 students are connected in their classroom, not at the computer lab, not at the office, not at the administration office, but in the classroom. There's connectivity available to 70,000 plus students and about 6,000 faculty and staff. And that's really the foundation of digital transformation for us in Belize. Because without connectivity, then, we can't necessarily leapfrog. So I think from my perspective, we are now charting the course towards AI, cloud, cybersecurity, which is necessary. And there are policies, guiding policies from the government as well that is helping in developing that. But I think also that the diaspora and private sector need to do more in our involvement in investing, in supporting Belize in knowledge sharing, in actually building out solutions and platforms and infrastructure that helps.
And one of the things that Mr. Smith didn't say, even as a representative of Digit, maybe he's trying to be impartial. Belize actually has some of the most advanced communication infrastructure in the region, right? This is not just politics. This is factual, right? These are things that you could actually look up, right? So and that's at the foundation of what we need for digital transformation, right? Connected and connectionless communication, right? When we talk about digital transformation, at the heart is data, and then what you can do with that data, right? Processing that data to gain insight. You have to communicate the data, and we have a fabulous baseline, a fabulous infrastructure to underpin what we want to do to move forward. Thank you, Ms. Gabriel. Ms. Gabriel.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Tirza Gabriel. I'm hailing from Orange Walk. My mom here. Are we here? Thank you. And I just came from a very relaxing, enjoying time in Orange Walk. So now here I'm in the city with you all lovely people, and I'm happy to be here. Spent half my life in Belize, by the way. With that said, I lead a large-scale medical manufacturing company. I am a software engineer. I lead the IT department for ZimV, which is a large medical device manufacturing company. And currently, I'm responsible for 14 business units across that enterprise. My team is responsible for implementing large-scale Oracle cloud solutions, ERP, Salesforce CRMs, and major enterprise infrastructure at the company that I work for. Currently, I'm also leading the AI infrastructure framework at the company that I work for, and we are implementing a data governance process. And I currently work with different interoperational government entities in South Florida to advise them on their AI approach, digitalization approach. And so I'm happy to be here with all of you. What excites me most also is Belize is not starting from scratch. As I was reading the digital agenda policy and our homework that Doreen gave us, right, because we did do our homework, what excites me the most is that Belize has a head start. What I read is that 90% of the tax infrastructure is flowing through a digital system. I find this to be amazing. The other fact is that our health records are now being tracked through this system. We also have a farmers initiative that is happening through the system. So this is what probably excites me the most, is that we have a platform to build upon where we already are. And so that's amazing. What sort of concerns me and what there is a gap is we have probably the AI framework that is in the policy itself is just a framework. There really isn't any meat in there. And as I was reading through that pillar, what I noticed is that it doesn't have let's say founding and funding and true sector named for that pillar, but I would say that that's probably the one that I would say we would need the most work. Yeah.
Thank you. And as the minister is walking out, the only reason I called on your name is because the next question I was going to direct to Moshe, and I was going to tell him he could look you directly in the eye when answering the question, because it was about investments and initiatives, right? So we do have a great start. That's right. We do have a great start, but where do you think we need to make massive investments right now in order to build and continue to build out the infrastructure and the platforms that we need for the digital success that we're hoping for?
So yeah, this one is all right. So I think there are a lot of moving parts, and as I would have said, we have all the foundational parts necessary to do this. And the reality is, how do we bring these parts together to execute what we've seen in the different strategies and different agendas that have been built out? And I think a lot of it has to do with mentoring and education in the technology space, and that's where the bulk of the investment, I think, needs to be made at this point. Infrastructure-wise, the private sector will bring the infrastructure once supported by government and once there are policies and regulations that allow us to do that. But bringing the rest of the citizenry and local businesses along requires education, while in a lot of instances formal, because we need people with digital skill sets to be able to operate in this economy, but also informal, because we need business leaders, business owners to understand the impact of digital transformation on their organizations, and what are the pros and the cons and the risks of not embracing digital technology, especially from a cybersecurity standpoint. So for me, the most important thing would be education.
Okay, I'll come back to that because I want to touch upon it, especially because things are changing so rapidly right now with AI that it's unclear to me that we know exactly how we should be training the next generation of students, because we don't know what the workforce needs will be. We don't know what AI will take over and what will remain for the humans to do, right? So we'll come back to that. Mr. Avila, I got it correct this time.
Yes, thank you very much.
Right. So I wanted to ask you, right? So you have a very entrepreneurial mindset. You've started a couple of businesses and done a lot, even as an employer in the US and such. When you think about Belize and its ecosystem, right, and its support for starting up businesses and such, what are some of the things that you think we need to be doing more of, whether it be public, private, government sectors, or collaborations between those units, right?
Yeah. I think it's a very interesting question, right? Because I think as a country, right, we need to be a little bit more entrepreneurial, right? But we need to create that enabling environment. And I know there are many initiatives, BTB, BTIA, Bell Trade, other organizations, kind of spin up these, competitions or pseudo incubators, right? Where they, ask, entrepreneurs to come up with ideas and present, and then they would get funding. I think these things are really good. I think it's a bit disjointed because I hear about some things and some I hear, and then I don't hear about other things, right? And so I think the information is out there, but it's so disjointed right now that it's a bit hard for those people who want to be innovators to really figure out what's happening in the ecosystem and what funds are available to help them, build out these startups essentially, which could lead to massive growth in the economy. It could lead to employment and improvement, I think, overall for various sectors throughout the marketplace.
Right. No, it reminds me of, I think, one of the questions that came up in the recent panel where they were talking about trying to get goods from the States to Belize and having like a clearinghouse system. It sounds like we need a clearinghouse of where all the information is in one central place, regardless of the source, right? With the ministry or the private sector that's coming from, so that an aspiring entrepreneur goes to one place that has the conduit to the source.
And I just don't think it happens just in the technology space. I think a lot of things are being done disjointedly. One organization is doing one thing, the other is doing the other thing. They're doing dual work essentially, and if we collaborated a little bit more between the various sectors, I think we would get a lot further along. But yeah,
right. So Teresa, you'd mentioned that you've done a lot with government initiatives and such, right? So the question I want to ask you is, a lot of times when you think about government, we think about regulations and policies and such. But in this context, I think what we're looking for is much more of an enabling relationship, right? Where it's not just setting regulations and saying, okay, go do this, go do that.
Yeah.
But it's actually providing the facilities, the support.
It sounds like you're intimating an interoperability, like a level where they bring all of these initiatives into one sort of set database or process or a place or space. What I find is that in a regulated environment, you need the government to have somewhat of a sandbox for government and or private sectors to play with. And what we don't have here in Belize is that such said sandbox. And what's happening is that we have all of our ministries reinventing the plumbing, right? As opposed to just having one set of plummeting. So if we were to develop such a layer, then all of those private sectors, private industries, government agencies, community agencies could tap into that such said system. And that interoperability layer, in my world, we call that our dev systems, right? That's what we call in my IT world. We have dev 1, dev 2, dev 3, and that's kind of where we play, where all of that data is refreshed from whether it's our national digital ID, where I had started to say that that's, we have a beginning, a start place, but it can be the place where we can start to move our information into one central place where it's cleansed, managed, and governed, which you're going to definitely need a government's process to manage the data in such a sandbox. But I think we can do it. And there's, that's in my world, that's just called CRP and UAT.
Yeah. So in the remaining, did you have a comment? So in the remaining time, what I want to try to do is now focus in on actionable things, right? So it's right. One of the things that I'm excited about when I see where Belize is digitally is there is a fantastic infrastructure in place, right, to start as a baseline, and we have a wealth of human talent, right? Every time I come to Belize, we've conversed virtually, Mr. Smith and I, but we sat down last night for dinner, and just an incredible wealth of experience and knowledge on the ground, right? And every time I come to Belize, I'm touched by meeting people that are just so fascinating in the things that they've helped to do to advance the country, right? Concerns for me is when I interact with government initiatives in these contexts, a lot of times, in my humble opinion, the vision is very grandiose, right? In a way that may be achievable in 30 or 40 years, and ambitious, right? We like to use those words, ambitious, audacious, right? But we also have to ground what we do in some practical realities, right? The realities of our resources, the realities of our small population, all the realities, right? And so, so what I want to ask each of you to do is focus in on the next, let's say, 2 to 5 years, right? And think about one thing, right? Not all the things we could be doing. Different panels could have a different one thing, right? What would be the priority in the context of transforming Belize digitally so that we could advance, so that we could have, data centers, so that we could have, all the businesses and governments and schools using AI or whatever the technology is so that we could be advancing? What would be your one priority and why? What should we be doing? Sure.
Yeah, so this is huge, right? I think that we had last night. I was happy that we met up. Teresa wasn't there; she was with family, but all three of us sat down and
she was there in heart,
and we had some, well, let's say, spirited debates about what we think the next steps need to be. Right? Moshe had a certain view, and he brought his context from on the ground in Belize. I come home like almost once a month, but I'm still not embedded in the infrastructure, the IT infrastructure, to understand the context and the movers and the moves that are being made in the background. And he enlightened us last night. And I think, one of the things that I started out with the discussion last night, and I said was one of my main concerns. Or no, it's not even a concern. It's more of an opportunity for us, right? It's understanding how technology is built at the macro level. And a lot of things are driven by policies, right? And frameworks. But not just policies and frameworks, because Belize has enough papers we have papers about everything. We write papers
too much papers.
Yeah, about this and that, and you name it, we have a paper for it. And one of the things I said, we need, kind of like we need to talk softly, but carry a big stick. Because when it comes to policies, there needs to be an enforcement mechanism which ensures that businesses and entities play within the frameworks. And if they don't, then there are consequences to be had. And typically, that's the way things are done in the industry, whereby things are not done because people want to do them. It's because if you don't do these things, there are consequences and real consequences. In terms of businesses, you're talking about financial consequences for not putting in the right policies or doing the right things to ensure that the enabling environment for your people and the populace, right? And so that's where I land. I think we need to figure out a way with the context of Belize, as we talked about this yesterday. We have to understand the Belizean context and create these policies and enforcement mechanisms. But they have to be tiered. It's not, it's apples and oranges at some point within various industries. And so that's where I think if we focus on policies, but the enforcement of the policies, I think we're going to get much further along, much quicker.
Okay. And if I could just maybe add some tangible context to that, because I think it's important. As we move forward, I think you're going to see a lot more businesses and entrepreneurship in Belize where they're providing technological services. I think we come from a mindset where I have to be careful how I frame this, right? Because we're being streamed and I'm, being recorded, right? But where we look for what we can get without maybe paying the license for it or paying the proper service for it, right? In informal and sometimes in formal context. And that's one thing when it's affecting somebody that's not a part of Belize, right? But when it's the Belizeans that are having their businesses, but not maybe getting all the revenue from their businesses because we're skirting, the payment option to find some other way to get the service without maybe the fees for the service. That's maybe where policies and regulations will be necessary so that the young entrepreneurs or old entrepreneurs that are trying to make headway can see the benefit of their intellectual property. I think somebody brought that up earlier, and that's sort of a key point that we have to contribute.
All right. On the discussion we had on the policy side of things, and regulation, I do agree with to a great extent. I do agree with Reese to a certain extent that policy and regulation is important, but I think that those policies and regulation needs to be implemented in a way that it enables Belizean businesses and citizens to participate. The big stick approach in terms of enforcement is not the way to get there at the onset. I think we will get to that point, but I think that there are a lot more steps before that for us to do in enabling Belizean businesses, Belizean citizens to participate in a digital economy. Accessibility for me is one of the key things. So we had the conversation around the fact that while technology-based solutions are available, the question is whether or not they fit into the Belizean context or fit into the Belizean economy. So we work at Digi, we bring technology solutions to Belizean businesses, and what we've had to figure out to do and be very strategic in who we partner with is finding partners, external partners, and external companies that we can work with that understand the Belizean context, the Belizean economy, and how we package solutions that fit into our economy. Small business in Belize is not small business in the US or anywhere else in the world. And so when you approach, in the case of cybersecurity that we talked about, when you approach a business talking about cybersecurity and protecting their infrastructure, and your capex outlay is $50,000, most small businesses are not even grossing $50,000 to be able to do that. And so you then create an environment where these type of technologies and solutions and proactive measures that should be in place are actually out of reach completely. And so entities like ours and local private entities, our responsibility is to ensure that we build platforms and solutions that fit into our economy, that our customers, that our citizens can afford and can access, that allow us to participate in the digital economy. And then finally, outside of that, the other point, I said it before, but is education. It's investing in education, both formal and informal. The president of UB, we talk all the time about how we drive digital transformation within UB. and within the curriculum, and how Digit partners with UB in order to do that. And I think that more local entities, more private sector entities need to partner with institutions like UB and with the government of Belize to drive that and drive the educational upliftment of Belizeans, both formal and informal.
What I hear resonate is partnership, right? And we'll get to that again when you come back, because in the end, we'll talk about diaspora and Belizean partnerships and how we can use that to advance. Here's your thoughts, your strategy, your key priority,
My
and
key
why.
priority would be the National Digital ID agenda, because as I said earlier, it really truly is the foundation, and we've already have a good start with it, along with the e-health records, our tax records, our health initiatives. We have a good start. So I would double down on that if I were.
So just so that we know what you're talking about, when you say the National Digital Agenda, could you explain?
Yes. So the ID.
Digital ID, sorry.
Yeah, the digital ID, where we have embedded, how should I say it? Embedded information within one space. Let's call it that, one space. And with that has protected information, protected ID information, but also, let's call it data attributes about your life. Let's call it that from a simple perspective. And if we were to move forward with that I think that those records themselves serves as the foundation. But what it also does is unlock the diaspora. And since I am in the diaspora and I want to tap into the services here in Belize, I would like a very easy way to do that. And the National Digital ID plan does that. And so we have the Estonia model to look forward to. It's already well on its way. And if we were to move forward with that, then I think that would probably get us the biggest bang for our buck, per se, right? So I'm super excited about that initiative. And if I had a second initiative, I'm stealing it, is I would really plot out that AI strategy, because, again, it's just a nice thought in the digital agenda, and it really needs a solid framework. It needs funding. It needs a sector. And so I am currently leading an AI initiative, and I can tell you what worries me about that is that we're not paying attention to the labor displacement as a result of AI. Our BPO call center services, that will be one of the first areas where AI will attack. And so I really think we need to get on this quickly.
Great. And resonating in what you're saying, again, the concept of partnership came up again. And I was remiss for not saying at the onset, right? We were trying to get representatives from the government on the panel as well, right? And we had them in place. One of the things when you ask important people, and we're all important here as well, to do things is sometimes they get whisked away to do other stuff, right? And so we had representatives from e-governance, we had representatives from education, and unfortunately they got whisked away. One of the outcomes that we're hoping for to come from this is a white paper of recommendations based on the conversation, and those principals are participating in that conversation as well. So their input and engagement is one, important, and two, we're going to get it as well. So yes. So as the last part of the thing before we move into opening it up to the audience and giving you guys an opportunity to ask questions is to now talk about actions and partnership, right? So for the prior to initiatives that you described, or the two, if you're Terza, think about how the diaspora and Belizeans at home and abroad can partner, right, to further those initiatives. And what would that look like in terms of actions that we can take now, initiatives we can start to set up, right? So I'll start with you again, Terza.
Yeah, I think I don't know in which ministry this would exist, but I would love to be part of the Diaspora Technical Advisory Board. And where that sits, I'm not exactly sure. And I think we're all, here to help the country grow digitally and in its infrastructure. So if that could, I think that's number one, right? That we need someone said there was an IP brain drain going on, but it's not. We are here and we're here to help. Intellectual property is sitting here on the stage and we're all willing to help. So being part of that global conversation, I think, is important. I also think that proper funding is necessary. I think that we don't talk about that enough, and I think that we need to understand how are we going to fund these initiatives, but at the same time in an ethical and moral way, because I'm also, if you ever saw me talk at any of my speeches, I'm very my mindset is about the morality and the ethical use of AI. So I really think that's incredibly important. And last but not least, one of the things that irks me about the plan is that I don't see any Creole, I don't see any Mayan, I don't see any Garifuna in the plan at all. And that is concerning to me. And I think if we're going to have a proper AI, we're going to need to teach our AIs our local culture, not just in English, because they won't work if they are not in your local dialect, in your language. So that's what I would say.
Right. And then if we have time, I'd like to circle back to that context again right in the end, if we have time, because if you know a little bit about AI, you know that beyond the models, the AI models, what really is the richness of it is the data, right? And so eventually what I think is we need to be training AI models with data that is context sensitive to Belize.
Right. Exactly.
Right? That includes the language.
That includes
right?
the language.
That includes parts of the culture and who we are.
Our idioms,
right?
our sayings.
Our practices, right? You talked about a digital ID, and I suspect, and maybe I'm sort of in the middle generation of this panel is not as gray as the panel that was before us, but we're not as we're a little bit grayer than the next panel that will come. We're in the middle. We're in the middle. Right?
Serious business up here.
Right. Right. But I would say my generation and the grayers might be a little bit averse to putting everything in data, right? This digital ID, right? Even sometimes e-commerce, right? The things that we will need to actually advance and move forward. People don't want to, they might prefer to keep their cash under the mattress rather than put it in the bank, right? And so you bring me the money, I'll put it in the bank, right?
But Dorian, I would argue your data is already out there.
It is. It is.
Whether it is on paper or digitized, it's out there. You left your name, your phone number, your social security on something.
And you have to do it or else you're off the grid, right? Mache, your thoughts on actionable, how we can, turn these thoughts, these initiatives into action through partnerships.
Yeah, I think in the context of the event and looking at the diaspora, I think a centralized, consolidated digital transformation unit / committee within the diaspora is important because I see, and sitting here today, I heard a lot of initiatives that different individuals are doing, but it's not necessarily coming together, and it's not considering all the work that's happening locally within the country. There's a lot more that we can do if the diaspora understands what's happening locally within the country, what transformations are happening. It will happen one way or the other. The economy will force us to do it. And so along with government, along with private sector, we are doing that. And if we can sort of hone all those initiatives together, we would get more bang for buck. We would see more result from a digital transformation standpoint within the country.
So I want to push on that a little bit more because I heard committee. And earlier we said we have enough paper. We have enough papers out there, right? So talk about what you see as the outcomes of these committees. Is it going to be more papers or action, right? And how do we get from policy and papers to actually implementation and seeing things move forward?
Yeah, well, for us, I mean, coming from the private sector, committees mean action. We're not allowed to form committees that just simply write papers. And it's really building strategies and executing those strategies in conjunction with government, in conjunction with private sector, whatever that strategy might be. I think one of the young leaders on the stage this morning talked about donating computers to schools. That's, again, it's a good initiative, and it's something that I think we need to do more of. But I also think that we need to focus on the schools that are driving digital transformation. We know of schools, since we've done Connected, deep within Kaya and within Punta Gorda, that have coding classes on weekends for students. It's whether or not we are directing those resources in that direction, where probably a next top coder would come out of PG or deep in Kaya, as opposed to simply littering notebooks all around the schools, right? Of course, we will get there where every student will be connected, where every student will have a device in their hand in the classroom because they're already connected. but being very strategic and targeted at the individuals or the areas that we know there is an appetite for growth, then is then how we do that. But it's really that committee for me is yes, we have to develop the policies, we have to develop the strategies, but then also developing the roadmap and the actions that we'll take to be able to execute it and see success in the future.
And you mentioned coding clinics. Just a quick plug. So two of the panelists, Thursday and Reese, are offering a tech clinic on the weekend. I don't know the details, but please converse with them after, and they'll be happy to tell you.
I think Mr. Well, there he is from Galen. Sorry, I forget your name. We were going to partner also to extend the broadcast. I'm offering to teach artificial intelligence, prompt engineering, and loop engineering Saturday, so that will happen. Whoever shows up, I'll just break out my computer and start teaching you.
And do you have a rough time all day Saturday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.?
No, I can't teach all day because I'm eating breakfast with Aria first thing in the morning. But from Saturday from 10 to 2, I think it is, that we sort of opened it up. And we'll be having a tech clinic where we'll be actually teaching technology.
And I think it's being hosted at the UB. Yes, this Saturday, right? Right. Actions, your initiatives, and how to get there with partnerships.
Yeah, I think, I mean, in Belize we have the ideas, we have the technology, we have the talent in this country to make massive, improvements in the entrepreneurial space, in private sector, public sector. I think ultimately the enabling environment is what we need. We need to give entrepreneurs and tech entrepreneurs, a lot of tech entrepreneurs in Belize, a lot of people I know who are building apps and creating interfaces and trying to improve processes across the board. I think once the powers that be, create more of an enabling environment for these people to show their skills and their talent, there's a lot more advancement that could be happening quickly in the country. So enabling environment for sure. We have the ideas, technology, and we have the talent.
Okay. And I know one concern that you had was about the displacement effect that AI might have, right? So I touched upon it a little bit, right? It's going to change what the employment landscape looks like, right? A lot of jobs that people are doing right now, AI will be able to do just as well, if not better, and definitely faster, right? And you had some concerns about what that displacement might look like for, industries that are formidable in Belize right now, like the call centers and such. So do you have thoughts on actions to consider to prepare for the eventuality? It's not an if, but a when these things happen.
Yeah, AI is definitely, I mean, I track the AI. I work in the AI space right now directly. I work for an AI company, and we're working with a lot of organizations in the US to actually implement AI inside their infrastructure. And in Belize, it's been one of my, things that I've posted about in Facebook several times about, us trying to understand how the BPO sector is governed and the policies and procedures that they follow, and regulations, right? And I think ultimately, there's going to be an impact. But I think if we understand as a country how to manage that impact and make sure we retool our employees for this AI world that is going to be, is coming down the pipeline, I think it could be managed properly. So it's all about us being mindful and not, sticking our heads in the sand and thinking that we won't be impacted. I think one way really is true to lessen impact would be possibly unionization of BPO workers, understanding the power that they have in driving policies for the government to ensure that BPOs can't just pull out and pull the plug on the industry and say, well, we have an AI doing all this stuff now. See you in, and we're out in 6 months. That would be very disruptive to the economy. And so I think us making sure we hold those BPOs accountable to the country and their employees, and we could do that through regulation and policies.
Great. And thank you for that. I think one of the opportunities, right, is so what makes the call center so popular is two things, right? Primarily, one, the bar to entry is very low, right? And then two, the compensation, relatively speaking, is very high, right? AI actually brings an opportunity where if you attend the tech clinic, you'll see the bar to entry is actually very low. And there's a massive opportunity. By very low, I mean prompt engineering, all these different types of things. It's very accessible. You'll be amazed by the things that you can do. You could say, I've never coded in my life. You can create fantastic programs to do things that you wouldn't even imagine just by talking to an AI agent, right? So the bar is low, and it's getting lower and lower, and the opportunities are, I'd say, the sky's the limit, right? So maybe in that context, that's an opportunity to do at a larger scale and maybe in a more impactful way what the call centers has done, right? Have a low bar to entry into a place where people have some outlet for getting some financial stability, right? And such, right? So at this point, I don't know if there's questions from the audience in this context. I don't know how much time left either. So we'll take one or two questions, and then I'll ask the panelists for their closing thoughts.
Hi, afternoon, Kareem Osher, urban researcher. And the panel, thanks for the panel. You touch on this certainly a lot. In my space, in the global north, we talk about smart cities, things like that. Belize, geographically or politically, we consider global south. How do countries like Belize fit into this global agenda? So there's a greater point here of we're not guiding the technology. The technology is actually recolonizing us, right? We see countries even like Australia right now putting hard limits, banning the use of screens and technology and stuff to their children, and they're a first world country. The panel mentioned things such as data centers. So we have in Belize here, right? We have a strong environmental community. What does that mean in terms of building data centers here? How does it interact with our environmental strategy? And of course, the panel touched on the displacement. And we use these words as euphemisms, but this is people out of work. This is families, livelihoods. This is, it's not just words, right? How do we provide for sustainable development when we do not control the technology and we have potentially been recolonized by those who do?
I think I'll hello take when this. Okay, I think I'll take that. I think I'll take that because I'm very passionate about this topic and when the morality of AI and how we're moving forward to it. And I speak about this a lot, actually. The first thing I think is we need to educate and skill our team, right? Those that are at our BPO centers, this is a prime opportunity to get them into some of this prompt engineering, type engineering. They're already at how do we a place where they're familiar with some technology. And now it's time to upgrade their skills so that they can understand how to do the wider, let's say, more value added tasks that the technologies probably cannot do. The designer of the prompt or the facilitator of all of the data, it's time to upskill our workers because the hard truth is that those positions will be taken by AI. Now, as it relates to the data centers, from an environmental perspective, I'm extremely sensitive to this. And I think that there is something that you can do from a reclamation perspective of the water that it takes to run these data centers. It takes an extraordinary amount of water to manage these data centers, and we cannot afford to pollute our water systems because of data. That's not appropriate. Now, there are some other power initiatives that can power these centers. There's nuclear, there's other ways to get these, and of course the science is not there to make sure that it's stabilized, but there are other ways that we can power these data centers. I'm not saying that we shouldn't do data centers. We should most certainly do data centers, but we need to make sure that they're environmentally sensitive and protected, and that we're not impacting our water systems. So is there a fine balance? Yes, there is certainly a fine balance to this, and to the displacement of workers. It's time that we upgrade and upskill our employees.
Can I just throw in something? You guys, I had a student call me from the U.S. student and said, "Doc, what's the purpose of getting a master's or a PhD when the AI could do nearly everything that some of these skills require?" And I had to have a one-on-one with him and say, your knowledge will now have to be into critical thinking and a higher level of understanding than just. So this concept that you're dealing with is serious. And by the way, it's not a Belize problem. This is a global. Every country in the world is trying to figure out how to fit in the AI. You took it to the primary school. All those kids have that technology. These kids nowadays cannot do any work without that machine so far. So it's there. We have to teach them. So my MBA classes, they do homework with the AI and they do homework with the Excel. So the point is, you're well taken. We have a solution that is cynical, but it's, if the AI companies run the world, they should pay the taxes for the people who are not employed, because they send home a lot of people that are unemployed. So they have to be public policy to deal with the unemployment possibilities. I'm not talking only Belize. The US has the same challenge, and all the countries of the world where AI will take their jobs, and who is going to give them daily bread? It's a powerful question to deal with.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have a response to the earlier question? Right. So, in the question that was asked previous to that, and those are good comments. I really heard you asking about how do we plan and mitigate for the negative impacts, right? Environmentally, socially, et cetera, cognitively. And so environmental. So, and you mentioned the other point, right? We're not going to be drivers of the technology. And I absolutely agree with that statement. We're going to be adopters and users, right? For one, so I heard this comment in the context. I was at a conference, and we were talking about the use of AI in doing scientific research, right? And some people are resistant, right? And many people were admissive of the idea. And one person pointed out and said, look, if we're all smart people in the room and we're all trying to do science, there's going to be two types of scientists, right? The ones that are using AI and the ones that aren't. And the ones that are using it will leave the ones in the dark. Right. So there's no question about whether we should adopt the technology. The question is how we should adopt the technology. Right. And in that context, what makes the data centers costly is idle usage, right? How much on a done use ChatGPT this morning already if you look up something, right? Or Claude or your favorite LLM, right? Idly without really thinking about what's happening behind the scenes, right? What we need to do is train people to actually use the AI efficiently and effectively, right? Right now, there's going to be a problem that we're going to run into. Right now, the AI feels like it's for free. Right? But it's like the drug dealer giving you the first hit for free. Eventually, those tokens that you are getting for free right now, doing your searches, doing your chats, will be exclusively expensive, prohibitive expensive, right? They're just waiting for everybody to be hooked. And you're probably already hooked, even if you don't know it, right? Even if you didn't touch your phone this morning, AI probably has impacted your life, right? Just to get here from where you were to this point this morning, right? And so it's not a matter of if, it's not a matter of when, right? It should be how do we adopt these technologies in a way that is conducive with making sure that we're using it effectively, using it to even maybe do analysis on how we treat displacement, right? There will be displacement, there will be negative impacts. We could actually be using the AI for doing the research, helping us with the research to say, how do we mitigate the problems that you're causing, Mr. AI, right? If there are no other thoughts on that, I'm going to ask the panelists with this, beginning this sentence, right? Yes, I think there's a quick question, and then I think I won't get paid if I don't get the
I'm not an old lady, but I'm a seasoned lady.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
And
ma'am.
I have going back and forth between America and Belize for the last 60 years. Okay. I don't consider myself an American. I consider myself a Belizean. I've never stopped coming to Belize. I want to know, what is Belize doing to make sure that the seasoned population can continue to take care of themselves with all this technology? And some of us are not taught nor trained how to even dial the phone to make contact. How do we pay our bills when everything is going technical? Not everybody is fortunate to have an AI specialist as a daughter. What's happening to the old?
Right. I have thoughts. I'll offer it to the panelists to. Okay.
I'll attempt to answer. It brings me to, I have to bring it personal because I agree with you. All right. There's a lot of, I feel public, training, right? Cybersecurity training that can be disseminated to the population through advertisements and stuff like that to inform the more seasoned, individuals in our population. One example, there's a lot of phishing attempts and attacks happening in Belize right now. Phishing is essentially someone pretending to be someone else in trying to do malicious things, and But I had a family member of mine who was older, seasoned, who suffered from a phishing attack. And she was unaware of the tactics and techniques that these malicious people do. And subsequently, thousands of dollars were essentially stolen out of her Belize bank account, simply because she did not necessarily have the requisite training, right? And I think we could do some public training. The government, I think, would fall, private sector as well. A lot of it falls on the private sector because the information that was stolen was leveraged to actually gain her trust. And then monies were stolen from her account. And I think if she had the right training, as a seasoned Belizean, this may not have happened. And I think the government and private entities need to do more public training and more public discourse about this, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think so this isn't something that only affects the seasoned population within the country. Actually, it spans. There you go. It spans all generations, and I think to Reese's point, public education campaign is really the way to go. And this is the informal education that I spoke about, that I think has to be treated as a priority for us within Belize. We are not necessarily the innovators in the conversation from a technology standpoint, but we are, in my mind, we are small enough, and there is a roadmap that is clearly ahead of us that we can use to be the first movers, and to build a digital first country that will put us ahead of a lot of our neighbors and a lot of people and around the world. So I think really that investing in adoption and early adoption for me is key, because again, the call center conversation, what's happening, what's going to happen in the future as it relates to them. I think the conversation for me is more, how do we prepare these individuals for the new jobs that are coming out, as opposed to trying to preserve where they are currently in these call center roles, because they will eventually disappear. Right. So that would be my feedback.
So I'll try to learn from my seasoned brother, Brother Muhammad, who went before me, and say in 30 seconds or less, right?
Dorian, we have one last question over here.
Okay.
One last.
I guess I didn't learn because Brother Muhammad would cut off the question. But
I should have gone through my friend beside me. I'm gonna get quicker.
Yes.
No, but thanks, guys. First of all, very interesting conversation and educational. And I one part of it I was looking at because I went to school and I was proud of the fact that I learned to type. Nowadays, I'm using something on Google where you can talk into the microphone and it types it on the screen for you. I'm wondering if we'll have to revamp the whole system of education and teach children different. Is it a shortcut? Is it cutting out some of the intelligence? Is that a part that we have to be concerned about? And I find this, it's not only a diaspora thing, and I'm glad you're included in this, but it's a much wider topic that needs to be discussed much more. But thank you guys for what you're doing. But let me know if you think that we can stick with education as it is, or do we really have to go beyond that and just change everything around?
Right. So the short answer is we absolutely have to change the way we educate. Right. And in fact, I'll connect it to the comment that was made previously. So AI is both a blessing and it will be a curse as well. Right. But one of the opportunities that it lends is you don't need to be an expert. Soon you will be interacting with your phone or whatever in a very humanistic way. Right. So you won't have to be worrying about coding. You will just express your thoughts. You will say what you're looking for. Oh, I need the recipe for this and I know got the flour. Which shop got flour right now? In fact, you might just think it and the flour show up. Right. That's where we're going. So the beauty of AI is actually it's lowering the bar and it's making technology more accessible to everyone, right? You could, especially when we integrate the Creole, you could talk to the AI in a Creole and they'll respond to you in a Creole, right? And so it's so adaptable, right? That again is both the blessing and the curse. A part of the curse we talked about fishing is it's going to be able to you're going to trust it so much at some point that just like the neighbor will trust and then they never bring back your machete or whatever you borrow, right? There will be times when the AI will misguide you, right? It will be no different than misguiding that we get sometimes from people. Phishing attacks are not technological attacks. They're social engineering attacks, right? They build on how people interact, how people trust, right? If I start to talk to you about your family member, like I know them, eventually you'll trust me. Oh, you know, must say, my daughter, good friend, right? Make it come in at the house and then your wallet missing, right? And I feel well. But anyway, right? But so I say all of that to say that a lot of the problems that we will face are no different than the problems we face when dealing with people, right? All AI is it's actually trying to mimic human behavior, right? The problem is, for better and for worse, it's doing that incredibly well. Right. So with that, I'm going to ask the panelists to, again, 30 seconds or less, give your thoughts on what success looks like to you for Belize in the context of digital advancement if in the next 2 to 3 years, finish the sentence.
That all Belizeans would be able to prove who they are, pay their taxes, look up their health records, start a business, all from their phone, and that those in the diaspora would be able to do the same with trust.
Awesome. Thank you.
I think that that we treat digital transformation and technology similarly to the way we treat our road infrastructures, because it's a part of our infrastructure at this point. And so the investments that we're making there, we need to make parallel investments in technology to ensure that our technology-based infrastructure is ready for 21st century.
If we could create that enabling environment for entrepreneurs to, express themselves creatively by leveraging artificial intelligence and all these tools that are magic. So we could have magic in Belize, just creating the enabling environment.
And speaking of magic, this summit is magical, right? The opportunity to be here. So I'd like to thank the organizers. I'd like to thank my esteemed panelists. Thank you guys for being here. The conversations can continue. They don't have to stop here, but we do. So with that, thank you all so much and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Yeah.
Welcome. I kind of get interested in a discussion just now.
It's very interesting.
Sounds a lot like Judgment Day to me.
Yeah, yes, that's how it started. I believe that they got the wrong idea of the question when Mike asked. Mike was asking the way that we learn using your brain. Nowadays, you don't have to learn using your brain.
But we did say the gentleman did say that we will have to restructure how we educate.
Yeah, I think that is the wrong move.
You think you
I think we still need to learn basic education,
right?
learn how to communicate because what AI is doing now is taking away the need to think, the need to remember, and the need to plan. You could just say, I want it done. You don't have to learn it. So I believe that has but also
For better or for worse.
it has both. Uh, but it was very, very interesting morning. We still have more coming up later on. So a lunch break because smart people need to eat too.
It seems that way. So yeah, we're trying to get the two gentlemen from.
Yes, we're trying to get to speak with Mr. Brian Wesley Curtin from the World Trade Center and Mr. Kamal Samaruya. But they'll be doing lunch and hopefully we'll get to them later on.
They'll be presenting after that, actually. So
Exactly. And they'll be on the Youth Roundtable, the future of Belize, challenges, innovation, and opportunity. And they will be speaking with Ashley Langsford, Alan Pollard, Ulide Miller, Salima Barrow, and that's going to be moderated by Destiny Wagner.
Okay.
And before that will be the Fire Hot Shot, the regional diaspora engagements. And that's going to be with Kamal Samaru and Wesley Curtin and Dr. Andrew Trumbach, and it's going to be moderated by Candice Gibson.
There you go.
Yes.
So the afternoon is planned out. And of
Very
course,
much so.
coverage continues here today and then tomorrow as well.
Yes.
Here at XTV and Clem Radio. So stick around, folks. We're going to send it back to studio, and as soon as things get bubbling back here, we will reconvene.
I already had my half of lasagna, but as soon as Buckley's turn his head, I will take the rest of his bukuno and
that's what's on the menu. All right. Yeah, very interesting, man. I mean, some parts might be, certain people's cup of tea.
Yeah.
Some things might be interesting to others, but you just got to listen up and see where some of this information relates to you.
What surprised me was the crowd.
Yeah, this morning had a very
good crowd.
Start, so
people came, they did their presentation, and we mingled. On the next side, there's displays, and that's
that's a blue whole room.
Blue whole room.
Yeah. So
okay, now which one is this?
I'm not sure.
That's
that one.
That's that one.
Really?
Ocean view.
There you go. There you go.
Feels like big canyon.
So if you're here, if you're planning to be here this afternoon, you could feel free to, because I'm not sure if there's anybody like really directing the traffic that way.
Yeah.
So you got to check the different rooms out. You might come in here and stay in here, but you could also check out the other room where they have displays and things like that. I think the city council is over there. Immigration is over there. There's a honey business as well over there. Vital Stats. I think Atlantic Bank is over there as well. So, feel free to.
Different people you can hook up with.
Yeah, find out what's their position when it comes to Belize and their role in diaspora relations. City Council said, well, one of their role is to, when it comes to property tax.
Yeah.
And Belizeans who have property in Belize, but they're in the States and might have some negative outcomes when it comes to, because you know how we do it.
Yeah.
I send a lead check to a family.
And then
with a family member now, not pay. Then next thing I know, you owe 2 years property tax. So they have a website set up for people in the diaspora to directly engage.
Yeah.
I think it's through Atlantic Bank as well.
Yeah, I think
pay the property tax, right?
Yeah. The people in the diaspora contribute a lot to Belize. I think they say $125 million a year. They contribute to Belize. So if they're putting that much money into the economy, they should have access to everything that we have access to just as easily, and they should have the right to vote. That is my thing. I think they should have the right to vote.
Now, another thing we will bring up there, right? Pay some bills, and we'll come back at the Grand Resort here in Belize City by Clover. That's where
residence room,
the Belizean Summit,
yeah,
3.0 is taking place. All right. This is XTV and Creme Radio. We'll be back.
When the power goes out, life is disrupted. Be prepared and keep your home powered up with a generator from Benquip. We carry brands such as Honda, Kohler, and JCB. Schedule your installation, maintenance, and assessment to keep your generator ready and waiting to protect your family and home the next time the power fails. Stay in control of your power with a generator from Benquip. Equipment, parts, service.
Money travels fast, so make sure you check it before you spend it. Here are 4 easy ways to know your money is real. Look, feel, tilt, and check. Look closely at your note by holding it to the light to see the watermark and the note value. Notice how the see-through image completes itself perfectly. Feel for authenticity. Run your fingers over the raised portrait and the bars on the edges. 1 bar for the $2 and up to 6 bars for the $100. Tilt the note to see the hidden value appear. Look for the moving images on the security thread and holographic shimmer on higher denominations. Check closely. Use UV light or a magnifying glass to find hidden images and microtext. Remember, handling counterfeit money is illegal. If you spot a fake, report it to the police immediately. Look, feel, tilt, and check. Know your money. Check it before you spend it. A message from the Central Bank of Belize.
Whether you are a busy person or stuck in traffic or having an adverse or very demanding circumstance, tension builds up, causing you to be stressed out. Stress attacks everyone, anytime, any age. And stress is a killer. Palm City? It's best to be alive than dead. So visit Freetown Drugstore to get options to relieve stress and to relax your mind.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you today?
I'm so stressed out.
Okay, I'm sorry. I help you out right now. When I this daily, for 10 days, I am good after that, okay?
Okay.
Freetown Drugstore, 28 Freetown Road, where you are better off alive than dead. Freetown Drugstore, telephone 223-2876.
I got sick, and a couple of the doctors had told me, Mr. Peters, you have a very, very serious pain, which is a sciatica nerve stroke with arthritis. I can't sleep, makes me can't walk, makes me can't use the restroom, I can't eat the type of food I used to eat, make me lose weight. It's not a common sickness, it's a delicate sickness, and it consists of a lot of money, attention, and care from the doctors. With the NHI, I can come and see my doctor, and get assisted by the doctors and nurses. They give me my appointments. The NHI is great for the entire country of Belize, Central America, because there are thousands of people in our little country of Belize can't afford the doctor bill, or can't afford their appointments, or can't afford their medication. There's some poor people suffering if this country didn't have NHI. So thanks for the NHI.
Belize is introducing electronic invoicing, or e-invoicing. This means invoices, tax receipts, debit and credit notes will be issued, transmitted, and received in a structured electronic format, not a PDF and not a paper document. If you are GST registered and you invoice other businesses or government agencies, your documents will soon need to be created, sent, and verified through Vertex Belize, Belize's national digital platform for electronic invoicing. Why does this matter? Because it makes tax reporting faster and simpler. It reduces fraud and ensures every transaction is transparent and secure. The e-invoicing rollout will start with large GST registered businesses, then smaller businesses over time. For more information, contact the Belize Tax Service at 613-2508 or email etdinfo@bts.gov.bz. Electronic invoicing, simplifying tax compliance through digital innovation.
We've got the plumbing and electrical in our store. We've got the paints and the brush and light fixtures. That's for sure. We've got steel, cement, and tiles galore. And so much more. We've got everything in that store. We've got windows and doors just for you. In our store. We've got sheetrock, plywood, and hardwood too. That's for sure. Tools for gardening and the great outdoors. And so much more. We've got everything in that store. We've got variety. Everything. Quality. Everything. Quantity. Everything. And builders hardware variety. Everything. Quality. Everything. Quantity. Everything. And builders hardware. We've got the sinks and the tubs and cabinets. In our store. We've got the nuts and the bolts, so don't forget. And so much more. We've got service with a smile. That's for sure. We've got everything in that store. We've got variety. Everything. Quality. Everything. Quantity. Everything. And builders hardware variety. Everything. And quality. Everything. Quantity. Everything. And builders hardware. For builders who build with a passion and skill, go to Builders Hardware.
Nokshe Adventure Park came about from the birth of COVID. Everything was on pause for tourism. So we decided, let's do something different. We got 10 bikes, 10 ATVs, and we were just doing ATV tours. Shortly after, we were approached by the cruise lines. We agreed to work with them, and from then it just started growing. We set up the chocolate tour first, and then from there we went into the culinary experience at the different Mayan cultures. We have like the gift shop, the cooking class, the shaman, and the healing, and it just all came together. When you reach a certain point, you need investors, you need partners to come into your business. Atlantic Bank just make it easy. Even my 7-year-old could do it.
Atlantic Bank, building the future together.
Belize Medical Associates is now equipped with the only advanced MRI machine in the country. The machine uses a powerful magnetic field, radio waves, and a computer to produce detailed pictures of the body's internal structures that are clearer, more detailed, and more likely to identify and accurately characterize diseases than other imaging methods. It is used to evaluate the body for a variety of conditions, particularly of the brain and spinal cord, but can be used for other conditions such as tumors and diseases of the liver, heart, and bowel. It may also be used to monitor an unborn child in the womb. MRI is non-invasive and does not use ionizing radiation. This means that you no longer have to travel abroad. You now have access to the most advanced imaging equipment in a professional setting that is designed for your ease and comfort. BMA remains committed to providing outstanding patient care, combining excellence in clinical imaging with state-of-the-art technology. To learn more about the MRI machine or to schedule an appointment, call 223-0303 today. Belize Medical Associates, we do care.
Welcome to Bird's Eye with the Bird's Eye Restaurant, your ultimate dining destination in the heart of the city. Come enjoy the variety of our regular menu items and our deal specials, providing you the best in Belizean cuisine from Monday to Saturday. At our Thursday night karaoke, come dine and unwind with the best in cocktails and local drinks. Have an event coming up? Bird's Eye Court is perfect for hosting sporting events as well as social events like weddings, dances, concerts, pageants, conventions, and more. We've got you covered. Join us on Saturdays for family time with exciting kids activities including bouncy house and trampolines. Fun for the whole family. Then Saturday night, enjoy our 80s and 90s Saturday night experience, bringing you the best hits from 2 unforgettable decades. Come walk our memory lane as we showcase historical events at Bird's Eye over the years, celebrating the memories that have made us special. For a cozy, unique getaway and Belizean stay, come experience the plush accommodations of Bird's Eye Cabanas, offering a stunning view of the Caribbean Sea with all the amenities you need. Strengthen your immune system and improve your overall health with our trusted herbal remedies. And treat yourself to relaxation and rejuvenation as your stress melts away with a soothing massage at Infinite Herbal Health and Spa, located right here at Bird's Eye. Bird's Eye, where amazing food, great events, and unforgettable memories come together. Visit us today or call 207-6500 or 610-9289.
The rainforest of Belize. Nature in her most abundant and untamed state. A place of amazing wonder. So we bottled it with passion. The alchemy of pure rainwater. Fresh, pressed heirloom sugarcane grown in this rich soil, distilled by local artisans, always in harmony with nature, organically certified, sustainably committed, deeded to a trust that supports the communities of southern Belize. This is the relentless pursuit of craft without compromise. And now we share this part of the world with the world and you. We are Kopali Rum, the spirit of the rainforest.
When the job demands more, Milwaukee Power Tools are designed to handle the toughest jobs on the construction site. If it's speed, durability, and performance you need, Milwaukee is the perfect choice. For unstoppable power at an unbeatable price, make it Milwaukee. Nothing but heavy duty. Available at Benny's. Quality and savings.
Money travels fast, so make sure you check it before you spend it. Here are 4 easy ways to know your money is real. Look, feel, tilt, and check. Look closely at your note by holding it to the light to see the watermark and the note value. Notice how the see-through image completes itself perfectly. Feel for authenticity. Run your fingers over the raised portrait and the bars on the edges. 1 bar for the $2 and up to 6 bars for the $100. Tilt the note to see the hidden value appear. Look for the moving images on the security thread and holographic shimmer on higher denominations. Check closely. Use UV light or a magnifying glass to find hidden images and microtext. Remember, handling counterfeit money is illegal. If you spot a fake, report it to the police immediately. Look, feel, tilt, and check. Know your money. Check it before you spend it. A message from the Central Bank of Belize.
Whether you are a busy person or stuck in traffic or having an adverse or very demanding circumstance, tension builds up, causing you to be stressed out. Stress attacks everyone, anytime, any age. And stress is a killer. Palm City? It's best to be alive than dead. So visit Freetown Drugstore to get options to relieve stress and to relax your mind.
This time, what can I do for you today?
I'm so stressed out.
Okay, I'm saying I can help right now. When I do this daily, for 10 days, I am good after that, okay?
Okay.
Freetown Drugstore, 28 Freetown Road, where you are better off alive than dead. Freetown Drugstore, telephone 223-2876.
I've been under the NHI since it started, actually. I was one of the first persons to register. One of the main things I access here is mostly like the general checkups. My family, they from small, they used to take us to different labs, right? To do checkups to see how we're doing with our health and so on. But there were times when we had to skip like a month or two because to do a general checkup in general, it's really expensive. For us, it means a lot because everything is more cheaper. For a consultation, it's $2. It helps us out a lot in different ways. Not only that, the medicine, most of the medicine and the pills and everything is far cheaper too under the NHI. So I feel like it doesn't really only benefit me and my family, but it benefits also the others. I would encourage all the Belizeans to find the NHI, to register. It's gonna benefit you. The consultation starts at $2 You can see most, if not all, different types of doctors that specialize in different areas. Your health is what is important.
Belize is introducing electronic invoicing, or e-invoicing. This means invoices, tax receipts, debit and credit notes will be issued, transmitted, and received in a structured electronic format, not a PDF and not a paper document. If you are GST registered and you invoice other businesses or government agencies, your documents will soon need to be created, sent, and verified through Vertex Belize, Belize's national digital platform for electronic invoicing. Why does this matter? Because it makes tax reporting faster and simpler. It reduces fraud and ensures every transaction is transparent and secure. The e-invoicing rollout will start with large GST registered businesses, then smaller businesses over time. For more information, contact the Belize Tax Service at 613-2508 or email etdinfo@bts.gov.bz. Electronic invoicing, simplifying tax compliance through digital innovation.
We've got the plumbing and electrical in our store. We've got the paints and the brush and light fixtures. That's for sure. We've got steel, cement, and tiles galore. And so much more. We've got everything in that store. We've got windows and doors just for you. In our store. We've got sheetrock, plywood, and hardwood too. That's for sure. Tools for gardening in the great outdoors. And so much more. We've got everything in that store. We've got variety. Everything. Quality. Everything. Quantity. Everything. And builders hardware variety. Everything. Quality. Everything. Quantity. Everything. And builders hardware. We've got the sinks and the tubs and cabinets. In our store. We've got the nuts and the bolts, so don't forget. And so much more. We've got service with a smile. That's for sure. We've got everything in that store. We've got variety. Everything. Quality. Everything. Quantity. Everything. And builders hardware variety. Everything. And quality. Everything. Quantity. Everything. And builders hardware. For builders who build with a passion and skill, go to builders hardware.
People don't travel with cash anymore. People would stop and they want to do a coffee tour, they want to buy coffee, but people don't have cash with them. Online banking facilitated a lot of what we do. I don't have to run to town and I have to use fuel and other expenses. Atlantic Bank actually approached us. They facilitated us with a bank account, which is something that we didn't have in hand, and then with a POS machine. I sit and sip my good cup of coffee and do payments.
Atlantic Bank, building the future together.
Belize Medical Associates is now equipped with the only advanced MRI machine in the country. The machine uses a powerful magnetic field, radio waves, and a computer to produce detailed pictures of the body's internal structures that are clearer, more detailed, and more likely to identify and accurately characterize diseases than other imaging methods. It is used to evaluate the body for a variety of conditions, particularly of the brain and spinal cord, but can be used for other conditions such as tumors and diseases of the liver, heart, and bowel. It may also be used to monitor an unborn child in the womb. MRI is non-invasive and does not use ionizing radiation. This means that you no longer have to travel abroad. You now have access to the most advanced imaging equipment in a professional setting that is designed for your ease and comfort. BMA remains committed to providing outstanding patient care, combining excellence in clinical imaging with state-of-the-art technology. To learn more about the MRI machine or to schedule an appointment, call 223-0303 today. Belize Medical Associates, we do care.
Welcome to Bird's Eye with the Bird's Eye Restaurant, your ultimate dining destination in the heart of the city. Come enjoy the variety of our regular menu items and our daily specials, providing you the best in Belizean cuisine from Monday to Saturday. At our Thursday night karaoke, come dine and unwind with the best in cocktails and local drinks. Have an event coming up? Birds Eye Court is perfect for hosting sporting events as well as social events like weddings, dances, concerts, pageants, conventions, and more. We've got you covered.
Join us on Saturdays for family time with exciting kids activities including bouncy house and trampolines. Fun for the whole family. Then Saturday night, enjoy our 80s and 90s Saturday night experience, bringing you the best hits from 2 unforgettable decades. Come walk our memory lane as we showcase historical events at Birds Eye over the years, celebrating the memories that have made us special.
For a cozy, unique getaway and Belizean stay, come experience the plush accommodations of Birds Eye Cabanas, offering a stunning view of the Caribbean Sea with all the amenities you need. Strengthen your immune system and improve your overall health with our trusted herbal remedies. And treat yourself to relaxation and rejuvenation as your stress melts away with a soothing massage at Infinite Herbal Health and Spa, located right here at Birds Eye. Birds Eye, where amazing food, great events, and unforgettable memories come together. Visit us today or call 207-6500 or 610-9289.
The rainforest of Belize. Nature in her most abundant and untamed state. A place of amazing wonder. So we bottled it with passion. The alchemy of pure rainwater. Fresh pressed heirloom sugarcane grown in this rich soil, distilled by local artisans, always in harmony with nature, organically certified, sustainably committed, deeded to a trust that supports the communities of southern Belize. This is the relentless pursuit of craft without compromise. And now we share this part of the world with the world and you. We are Kopali Rum, the spirit of the rainforest.